What's up, guys? My name is Mike, the Salt Lakes Fish, and thanks for tuning in to today's random pop-up Thursday afternoon aquarium maintenance live stream. So, I got to work on tanks. You guys are going to hang out in the chat or the replay, whichever it may be. Thanks for stopping by. And if we get a few folks in here, I might talk about a couple topics that have been on my mind lately. We'll see. We'll see. So, work's been busy. Not a whole lot has been going on with the fish tanks, because I've been working some fairly long days lately at work. So that's kind of detracted from some things that are happening in the fish room. There's still good stuff going on. Always bristlenose fry, guppy fry. The Chilatrina alani up in this tank up here are doing great. And if you caught my stream the other day, or Scotty's Fish Freak stream, we kind of talked about this tank here, which is some Crypto Heroes Nanoluteus. Now I've got 3 pairs of those. Excuse me. Finally getting over a cold or the flu or something. 3 pair of those, and they all spawn fairly regularly. So I have no beefs there at all. They're doing quite well. Super easy to spawn. It seemed like there was more interest than I originally thought. So I did separate them out, and I kept the pairs so that I could, produce some more fish to share with everybody around. What's up, Jenna? I think I just messaged you. If not, maybe I didn't. Denoxky, Fish, Kodo, what's up? Gabriel's Glass Boxes, hello. Thanks for joining. Yeah, we're just gonna do some tank maintenance. Pardon me if I seem distracted here and there. I've got a couple different things going on right now. Nothing too crazy, to be honest. We're just gonna see how things go. So let's take a look and see what's going on. And yeah, I guess I probably shouldn't say that out loud. Working on scheduling stuff. Anyway, moving on. Peplin Creek, what's up, bud? I do keep fish. I don't keep a lot of fish. Just kidding. I keep a lot of fish tanks. I don't keep a lot of fish. Shelby from the Garden of Eden is here. What's up, Shelby? Thanks for stopping by. Not a whole lot of excitement going on. We're going to work on some tanks, and I kind of got, I don't like to be like a Debbie Downer. Did this happen? Can you hear me now? Is this fixed? It looks like I'm talking. Can you guys hear me? Whoops. Nona's here. What's up, Nona? Let me see. Good now. All right. Sorry. Apparently something popped up on my phone and you guys couldn't hear me. So I do apologize because I know that is frustrating and I do appreciate you guys pointing that out. But it looks like you guys can hear me. Eric Wyrock's in the house. Good day, Mark. Gabriel's Glass Boxes. Mandy. Shelby. All the people. Hopefully you guys were able to hear me before and then just disappeared. But I think it's okay now. Brian. Howdy, howdy. Jenna P. Jenna, I did answer your email. Sounds good now. Okay, perfect. Let me kill this before this causes problems. We're gonna get there though. We're gonna make it. We figured it out early. Not a problem. If anybody wants to chat, you are more than welcome to. I did drop the link. It's in the chat. I don't know, over there somewhere. You guys are more than welcome to. I will keep an eye on it. Anyway, you guys lost the sound. All right. Not doing anything right, excited right now. This is plumbed, as you can see, for easy drains. But sometimes I like to get in there with a Python just to pull some extra debris. So that's the game I'm playing right now. So it's not bad. Just stirring it up a little bit. There are quite a handful of endlers in here. This is a Silverado endler tank. So cool little endler. Kind of has black bar markings on the tail. And the body is kind of a blue silver color. So I've distributed these to a few people in the fish fam. It's a beautiful little fish. Obviously easy to keep for guppies, right? So not too hard. So we're just going to do some water changes here while we chat. Go away. Anyway, so I know a couple of you guys that are here have been playing the 12 Days of Christmas contest and giveaway. If you haven't, I can drop the link to the video series where you can just check out my channel. There is a playlist as well as the individual videos. If you're unaware, each day I've been posting videos with some questions that you can get the answers from in some of the resources provided. And each right answer gets your name in a hat for some prizes at the end. Now, that might be swag from one of the channels represented in the videos. That might be some fish food, some art, some fish. I don't know. We'll see. Just got to keep your eyes open. Keep your eyes peeled because there will be some pretty cool stuff given away. And I think for the most part, those of you that participating can back me up. I think for the most part, they've been pretty easy so far. Nothing too crazy. I tell you exactly where to go to find answers. Now, the first 6 days were all videos to show off maybe some creators that you guys haven't seen before. Yesterday, though, we used some websites, and you actually had to do a little reading. So hopefully that wasn't too difficult from the people that have answered. It seems like you guys have been doing okay getting correct answers. I don't want to give you guys handouts, right? I want you guys to do a little learning, find places that you can learn things. So if these are resources that you haven't used before, let me know. Feel free to comment. Let me know in the chat if they are resources that you've used before. Then they should be softball pitches. Easy stuff. Should be pretty easy. Anyway, 16 people watching. Holy smokes, you guys must be bored today. Normally, I'd be at work right now. But according to the school system here, we're supposed to get a bunch of snow, even though it's barely cloudy outside, and there's definitely not any snow. They let school out early, which meant that I have to take the afternoon off work, which is fine. I'll be honest, it's not the end of the world. But at the end of the day, that means that I have time to work on fish tanks. Kids upstairs practicing some piano. So I'm hiding down here. I'm kidding. I enjoy listening to him play. I just wish he would maybe play a few different songs, but if there's a song he likes to play and he has fun playing it, then by all means, I'm not going to be the one to stop him. Yo, Anthony, what's up? Anthony, I don't know if you're chasing a kid or what. Oh, you're already picking up a kid. I figured you were probably about there. Oops. But that's okay. If you have time afterwards, feel free to chat. If you have time right now, feel free to chat. Same goes with anybody else, of course. I think I lost. Oh, God. Get out of there, guy. Come on, gal. Yeah. Away. This girl really is a death wish. Get up. Swim down. Swimming down. Come on. Almost there. Almost there. I love fish, but gosh, they're dumb. All right. Disaster averted. Didn't lose any others today, so that's a plus. So those of you, I'm not going to call any of you out, that have been playing the 12 Days of Christmas, how do you guys feel about it? Do you feel like has it been worth your time without the prizes? Because I mean, there are prizes at the end. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna give stuff away. Can you get your kid a report Baby Shark for Myrtle? I'll make it happen, Jenna. I will definitely make that happen. Because if I have to deal with it, everybody should have to deal with it. And I might like record it and save it to a disc and send it to Myrtle, as well as upload it on YouTube and do all the things. So it's more difficult for him to get away from. It's been fun, but I'm a nerd. So copy. Well, I mean, as long as you enjoyed it, I want it to be fun. So I'm trying to introduce you to maybe fun personalities and keep it fairly informational at the same time. I know some people, like myself, you're probably like, oh, this guy's boring to listen to. He seems like he kind of almost might know what he's talking about, but he's really boring. So I'm going to introduce you to people like Biggs, those guys that are quite entertaining as well as informational. So hopefully you guys are finding it useful. I mean, if you're doing it just for the sake of, hey, you get to win stuff at the end, then that's fine. I get it. I've done that myself. But I am trying to help people either find new resources for information or find new people that are just cool to listen to or whatever. You get it. I've been preaching it in the videos all the time. You guys are probably sick of listening to me say it. But I'm glad that a couple people are at least enjoying it. Because if you guys are enjoying it, then it's a little encouragement for me to keep going, Because, I mean, if I'm doing something that people don't enjoy and they're not learning from, then what's the point of doing it, right? I'm here because I enjoy talking fish stuff, and I enjoy trying to help people with fish stuff. But if either nobody's listening or you guys just simply aren't enjoying it, then let me know so I can mix it up and do something different, because obviously whatever plan of attack I'm implementing isn't working. This is just another little breeder tank. This is a trio that I selectively pulled out from the rest of the colony. These are half black white tuxedos. Guppies, sorry. Anthony picked up a Zoom Ed Critter Keeper. Isopods. Now, isopods are cool. Now, if you guys watched the 12 Days of Christmas, which I hope you have, the other day, you learned a little bit about Chris Biggs, who is the mad aquarist, officially and unofficially. And he is big into isopods. So, Anthony, if you're not following Biggs, he just started a new channel. I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head. but he did start a new channel that focuses kind of on isopods and less fishy stuff. Super smart dude, and there's some actually. I mean, if you're into bugs at all, there are some super cool isopods out there, and he keeps them and does stuff with them, whether they just turn into food or I don't know. He keeps them just for fun. But there are some crazy colors out there. A lot of them that I didn't know. Kelly's here. Kelly Foreman. What's up, Kelly? I hope you guys are staying warm over there in Indiana because you're not missing anything in Iowa. Right now, Iowa is cold. And in typical fashion for the city that I live in, it smells because of which way the wind's blowing. And apparently here, like I mentioned earlier, the school system decided that there's enough of a chance of potential for snow. I don't think it's going to snow at all. But the school system said, hey, it might snow, so you need to come get your kids from school early, whatever. It's funny because if this same weather happened in like March when everybody had been driving around in snow all winter, nobody would bat an eye. But since it's the beginning of winter, all of a sudden it's a big deal. It's like people that figure out how to drive. Like that first snowfall happens, and all of a sudden nobody knows how to drive in the snow, and there's accidents everywhere. People are going like 4 miles an hour. Apparently that's the issue with getting your kid from school. So whatever. Big's hot seat. Yep, that's it, Nona. Biggs he's a good dude. Unfortunately, I haven't met him in person. I envy people that have been to events like the Keystone Clash. This he's attended, I believe, a couple times now. He also attended Fishtoberfest out in Oregon. Super, super awesome dude. One of these days, I'll hang out with him, and it'll be a good time. I hope to get the chance sooner than later, but I'll make it happen at some point in time. Oh, show. Dark and dreary. Do you guys get heavy snow then, Kelly? If you're right on the lakes, do you get heavy snow? Because, I mean, Iowa's just cold. We don't really get the heavy, like, lake effect type snow, which is generally easier on my back. But the cold temps suck really bad. 17. Oh man, we're up to 17 people. Thank you guys for taking the time out of your day to hang out. I know obviously I'm not doing anything super exciting, but hanging out with you guys makes, I mean, I enjoy working on fish tanks, but hanging out with people that like fish while I'm working on fish tanks definitely makes it a little more fun. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It's a good time. It's a good time. And it's a better time when you guys pop up in the chat. Mark, what is snow? Yeah. You're more than welcome to come find out for yourself. I enjoy snow, I'll be honest. I really do. Unfortunately, most of the time, Iowa just likes to be cold and windy. So, like, I mean, I think the coldest I've been like outside running around in was something like, I don't know, -70 with the wind chill. So it sucks. I got you, Kelly. Cars on the reservoir. Yep. So ice fishing is actually, you know, as it cools down, we're starting to build up some more ice in the lakes. I won't get on the lakes yet. I don't know. I refuse to walk on anything less than about 4 inches to go fishing. I know people that'll walk on much less, but screw that. I don't like to be cold, and even worse than being cold, I don't like to be cold and wet. So falling, like, I don't know, it would have to be a hell of a day fishing to make falling through the ice worth it. So I'll pass. No thanks. The wind does not. You're right, Sarah. The wind is miserable. I feel like it never ends, ever. As soon as you think you catch a break. So last week we had an exercise going on at work. exercise inspection, whatever. And the winds were peaked at 41 knots. So, 40 to 45 miles an hour, somewhere in there, which is pretty freaking windy, let alone when it's 20 degrees outside and you have 45-mile-an-hour winds. It starts to suck really fast. I'm not going to lie. I hear you, Mark. I was in Texas for a little while, and occasionally we'd get some snow down in Texas, which isn't exactly known for snow. Turn the light on, maybe you guys can see better. It's not known for snow, but it does happen. And when snow happens in Texas, that place shuts down. Just everybody freaks out. People forget how to live, especially down in Houston. That Houston was whining a couple years ago about this ice apocalypse, whatever. Welcome to a normal Iowa winter. Lake Red Rock. I'm not familiar with that one. No, I know you're further east. LA, snow. Yeah. Snow's, I don't know. Snow's nothing to freak out about. It is fun. It's nice. It's very pretty until it's not. Snow goes from being beautiful to absolutely disgusting and dirty in about half a day. So, I don't know. Different strokes for different folks. I enjoy the snow. A lot of people don't. I get it. I don't blame them. I don't like 98 degrees and 147% humidity like our neighbors in Louisiana and Mississippi. But chances are you couldn't pay a lot of people to give that up and deal with snow. Which is probably why I'm stuck in there. Got a snail stuck in the python. There's one. Maybe crap in there. Python's plugged up. Dang it. So yeah, no, I personally don't envy people that, like Stephen and Jenna that live down in Louisiana. I live down that direction. I actually lived in Florida in the late 90s for a few years. And then I lived in South Carolina in Charleston for about a year and a half. So I've played the humid game. I've played the dry, hot game. I lived in Arizona for a little while. I don't know. I like seasons. Seasons are good. I like changes. I don't want it to be hot all the time. I don't want it to be cold all the time. I like seasons. So Iowa's not the best place to get 4 quality seasons. Generally speaking, Iowa, like South Dakota, has 2 seasons: summer and construction. Winter and just being freaking cold. So you either get construction or you get cold. There's no in between. We skipped fall this year. We skipped spring this year. Just reasons to stay out of Iowa. Give your last favorite Corydora. I would have to say that my favorite species of Corydora currently, because it changes, my taste in fish changes throughout the day even. But right this minute, if you asked me, I would probably say Corydorus parallelis, which, if you're not familiar, we'll use planet catfish. Wink, wink. Reference from one of my videos. And we'll use the cat elog. I will share this so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Share. Do this. Do this. So my 12 days of Christmas video yesterday featured this website, which is planetcatfish.com. Maybe. I'll do this. This is an excellent resource for Corydorus, Cosmos, other like weird oddball cats. But my favorite Cory right this second is Corydorus parallelis. Although I've never kept it. Come on. This guy. They're not cheap. and they're not easy to find, but super cool little fish. So Corydoras parallelis. What? I don't know. I don't see them for sale super often. This is what they look like, though. They are expensive. They are hard to find, but they are super cool, in my opinion. You know, opinions are like buttholes, and you know how that goes. Lee Wilcox. What's up, Lee? Thanks for tuning in from England. We are doing some water changes right now, messing around in fish tanks, talking about fish. Gabriel had just asked what everybody's favorite Corydoras species is. So for those of you in the chat, feel free to chime in. Like I said, my current favorite right this second is Corydoras parallelis, which is you can see in the window there from the Planet Catfish website, which, as you guys know, or if you don't know, now you know, is a super awesome resource. Gives you general information about the fish, its natural habitat, some recommendations on how to best keep it in captivity, spawning tips. So the breeding logs are, you know, one of my favorite things on Planet Catfish. Basically, a user can register, post all the information regarding to how they spawned the fish, so that other people can, you know, hopefully be just as successful. Everything from water parameters to diets to changes in aquarium maintenance. There's a lot of, you can trigger a lot of, or you can use a lot of different triggers for spawning. Some fish react differently than others. When in doubt, cool water change is always an excellent option. With a lot of your Corydoras, cool water change combined with some softer water helps trigger those spawns. Bloody cats. Gabriel's got Julii, albino, bronze together, and just got 2 long fin peppercorns. Have yet orange Venezuelans. Dan, is Bex in the stream? I don't think so. She's probably working, busy working on her store, which if you haven't seen it, Bex finally launched her store. You can get some Bex artwork from RC Beams. She did launch her store. I'm sure one of the mods, cough, Zen, if you're not busy teaching language arts, I'm sure has the link to Bex's new store. You can check that out. But Bex, Johnny over at Dan's Fish just posted they got in some more Venezuelans, if I'm not mistaken, and Bex was chomping at the bit to get her hand on some of those. Super cool fish. Kelly's dropping the link. Anthony said he got his Bex print. Hopefully enjoyed, Anthony. Priscilla won the print, and it ended up at Anthony's house. Usually it's the other way around. Usually I win stuff, and my wife ends up with it. This time, Priscilla was feeling generous, and she won it, but opted to be super nice, significant other that some people are, and she had me ship it. Well, she had me have Bex shipped over to Anthony. So I hope you enjoy it. Super nice, Bobby. Tennessee Aqua's here. What's shaking? Yeah, in the US. So now if you talk to Bex, I don't think you can do it through her website. But if you just talk to Bex, I think you could probably make something happen to get her to ship some of her art your direction. Sketty Nona asked, what's a nice size group for the picnic quarries? I don't know. The more the better. I saw a few different comments in the chat. You can't really go wrong with a big group. They don't take up a lot of space. So yeah, I'd say get your hands on as many as possible. One of the benefits of the pygmy quarry is that it actually spawns relatively easily, to be honest. I've spawned them in a 2.5 gallon tank with nothing but a sponge filter, and some moss in it, and regular water changes. Obviously, diet's a big deal. So it's not tough to spawn them, I'll be honest. So if you start with a small group, you will end up with a big group. Initially, I don't know. Like I said, more is better. I'd start with group 6 and move up from there as time allows. Anthony says 2 dozen. 2 dozen's the way to go. I like the way you think, man. 2 dozen is a great start. Keith from KJE Aquatics is here. What's up, Keith? Thanks for stopping by, man. Yeah. So actually, Sarah, I know you've been playing 12 Days of Christmas. Keep an eye open on 12 Days of Christmas because we're going to talk about pygmy quarries in a couple days. So I might be late at recording the actual videos themselves, but I do have things planned out in order for me to post the videos and ask my questions for the 12 Days of Christmas. That means I've got to go do some work and research myself. And that means I'm watching the same videos that you guys are so that I can pick up questions out of them. And so that hopefully we can all learn new things, right? So I'm usually watching the videos a day or two ahead of time. Sometimes it's videos that I've seen in the past. Sometimes I just say, hey, I want to go learn about this. So I'll go and look around until I find some sweet new information that I think would be beneficial or interesting for folks. And voila, now we all learned new stuff. Funny how that works. Pardon me. Hopefully you guys don't hear too much background noise. The wife's at work, and I'm running some laundry. She takes care of the fish tanks while I'm at work. I take care of the laundry and try to help out. I'm not saying I'm good at it, but I try to help out with stuff around the house when she's working. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but I try. Right here, you guys are probably sick of looking at Corridorus parallelis, right? I don't know. This, you guys don't need to see that anymore. I'll go this guy. So I've got my bucket of water here, and this goes up to, I made a spray bar with a valve, so I'm running a pump. This is a mix of my tap water and my RO water to get about 250 TDS. This is a spray bar with a valve. So I'm done filling, boom, on a fill, boom, easy money, right? Not too tough. Not too tough at all. Kelly Yoga. Kelly, you gonna stream yoga? Did I miss something? Oh, she's going to yoga. All right, Kelly, have a good day. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Anthony wants to know if I am down for a stream this weekend. What do you guys think? Should I stream with Anthony and Priscilla? They're pretty decent people, right? They tried to talk me into a stream last week, and unfortunately, I was tied up with other stuff. But Priscilla, over at Swiss Aquatics, is doing art streams again. So if you like art, Priscilla does some pretty cool streams where she does some art while she streams and talks about fish stuff, and then you can see people's fish rooms and all that kind of stuff. Sarah says she has hyperflexibility syndrome. I'm not sure what that is. I feel like that could definitely have its perks in a, never mind. I won't go there. I don't know what it entails, but just based off the name, I can think of times that it might come in useful. Da, 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 da. No longer Swiss Aquatics. What? What is it? What are you talking about, Anthony? Did she change her website? Her website still says Swiss Aquatics. What is it now, Anthony? Are you just talking about her YouTube channel? Because her website is still Swiss Aquatics, where you can find her art. Adele's here. Collaboration of Curiosities. What's up, Deli? Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for dropping the link, Mandy. Apparently, It's not Swiss Aquatics anymore, even though the website's Swiss Aquatics. So Anthony, if you have some explaining to do, explain away. Because I was not aware that anything was changing. Oh, just YouTube. So Priscilla is still Swiss Aquatics on the website. Just her YouTube has changed. I think it's Priscilla M YouTube. Used to be Priscilla MK at one point in time, I think. I don't know. If you've been around the fish tube long enough, you just know people. Maybe not necessarily their usernames, but people. Fill up that tank there. Over here, we'll fill up this tank. Boom. Over there, there's a 40-gallon breeder with a bunch of bristlenoses in it. Albinos, browns, calicos, all short fins. Deli's throwing up solar lights outside for Christmas. It's cold outside right now. It is very cold. One of these days, I'll get to put the Christmas lights up. So props to you. Obviously, in Australia, it's probably a little bit warmer. So, envy your weather a little bit. Lee said when Sue's off work, she puts me to work. I don't know how that goes. Hey, June, what's up? June's here. 23 people watching. Hey, yo. Moving up in the world. My streams generally aren't super big, so I do appreciate everybody that's stopped by. Sometimes we do more exciting things than others. Probably not today. I've already got the 12 Days of Christmas contest and giveaway going, so probably won't do any like giveaway type stuff today. But who knows? You never know. Sometimes I dig around and find like food or equipment that I don't use, so it makes good things to give away. What I need to do, speaking of food, is get some of my live food filters going again. I shut them down when I deployed last, and I haven't been running them. So the fish aren't super happy about that, but they'll get over it. I still feed a wide variety of stuff. But damn cold here, Mark. I get it. Last time I was up in some of your guys' neck of the woods, I was impressed with Scotland. It was a good time. So definitely found some nice adult beverages to bring back to the States, completely legal. So yeah, good stuff. There's very nice tastes over there. I will say that. Gotta make some more water here. My drum is only so big. I'll make some more in a second. Oh, I see Stephen P popped up. Outlines and tables for work. I'm one of those people. I actually just answered. So you guys, the fees choose to be down because I am going to participate in the Fish Fam Christmas. So I was one of the culprits. It was not responding in a reasonable amount of time. So I do apologize. But thanks for letting me get involved and play the game. Easy now, Del. Easy. We'll baby face it for a little while. I don't know how long it'll happen, but we'll baby face it a little while. June said her messages are returning as undeliverable. I haven't had anybody else say they've had problems. So Zen did drop the link for my address, mike.allthingsfish@gmail.com. I have been receiving a good number of emails, so if you're not getting emails through, then double check the address. Feel free to, I know you're in and out of the fish court sometimes, but feel free to message me on the fish court and I'll help you out. Otherwise, looks like Zen's doing a good job. That's why we keep her around. And empty this barrel out. We'll fill it back up. Frag bastards. All right, that drum's empty. That tank's mostly full. Close our valves. We don't back section. You can hear it pump cavitating like a son of a bee. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Shoot. Stand by. Killed my laptop. I'm still here. We'll do this. How about we do this? Uh-oh. Fix it. Guests. Over here. Dell like stash. Dr. Anthony's here. Amazon Research Center for Ornamental Fishes. Thanks for joining. Exit solo layout. We'll do this. And for the time being, since my laptop died, I'll turn this guy on. That's the wall. Hold on. Patient. Give me a second. Uh-oh. We'll do this in front. This. Do this. Oh, man, I'm back. Oh, no. Oh. All right. We're on the phone now. So I'm going to plug the laptop back in so I can see you guys, see what's going on in chat. It's a little bit easier. Again, if you guys want to chat, you're more than welcome to pop up in the chat. In fact, I'd say that it's highly encouraged even. I would love to have you guys up in the chat. Plug the laptop in, get fired back up. Unlike Matt, I will not put my laptop in a tank or a pond or anything ridiculous. I will try to take good care of it. That's okay. Laptop's dead. We'll live. I hope. While the laptop boots back up, I'm going to go fill this guy back up. And so my tap water, as you guys know, is so bad that I have to basically cut it 50-50 to even get like 250 TDS, which is, I'm cutting my tap water with RO and still getting much higher TDS than probably most people in the country end up with, which sucks. Play to your side on that. Play to your tap water strengths, but which I do. I have some harder water fish. I'm not saying I don't. Hardy popped in. Technical difficulties. Uh-oh. Oh, man. I'm assuming market refused to track miles around. I'm assuming one of you guys took care of the comment that was up there. Oh, no. What's the password? So I was digging around in my fish stuff the other day, and I was able to find lids that actually fit these 15s. So evaporation problem is definitely down. June says everybody on her mod is a channel. Oh boy. Come on now. We'll get this going. Almost back. I'm trying. June, if you wanna, I've got my email open. If you wanna send me an email, I'll make sure that I'm getting it. Does Myrtle wear a suit while doing water changes? I hope he does. I really do. That would be quite entertaining. All right. Things are getting back in the right direction here. We'll do this. I don't think you guys need this before we end up with problems. That's muted. You can see me. I don't think you need 2 views of me, so we'll kill. We'll do this. We'll do this. That's awkward. You guys get 2 views of me. That's unfortunate. And probably not what you want. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to go, look. Make that go away. We'll do this. We'll do this. We'll do this. And now we're back in action. Shady's back. Back again. Shady's back. Oh, no. Okay. All right. I'm going to move this back over here against potentially better judgment. Whoops. Oh my God, my phone's almost dead, so my phone's charging. My laptop died. So now it's charging. I'm a mess. set you here and hope for the best. Do this. I need a rolling cart is what I need. Like right now, you guys are sitting on a suspended light. I'll be honest. I need a rolling cart. That's what I need. Johnny Marine. I'll tell you what. There is no soul saving going on in this stream. Likely because I am personally probably beyond saving. All right. There we go. That's half RO. Get some tap water going. So you guys get to see the fish room part of the basement, which is the nicest part of the basement that there is, because I'm in it all the time. So I take the most care of it. The rest of the basement, as you can probably hear, is nothing but laundry and storage. And of course, a beverage cooler. So Brittany asked me the other day because I made a couple fresh batches of rapashi the other day. And I put them in the kitchen fridge upstairs, and obviously she was not super keen on that. I'll tell you that much. She's like, isn't that what that cooler downstairs is for, or the fridge downstairs in the basement is for? I was like, yeah, that. Realistically, it's a mix of fish food, clearly separated from beverages. Oh boy. Da, 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 da. Shanna, what's up, Shanna? The baby face. My soul's freshwater, not marine. Shanna's here. Welcome to Shanna over at 503 Aquatics. So I didn't know this, but apparently Shanna is into photography type stuff. And she sells her prints. I just noticed this. I was watching. I have her on the face space. If you guys are into face space stuff, but she was posting some super cool stuff. She does like an ocean series. Yeah, that's pretty neat. Uh-oh. We'll do this. Hey, look, duckweed. Now, if you look down in there, that's about an inch of water in a 40 breeder. So I do big water changes. And this is duckweed, which we should kill with fire. I don't know if I can. If you're going to see it or not. Not very often. We're doing language arts after all. Woo! Little fish fam, duckweed action. Anyway, so I do big water changes. There's that. I'll see if I can, go back to here, go back to here, go back to here. I did like them, Shannon. I liked them very much. That's very impressive for a phone camera, I'll be honest. It's crazy what kind of quality phone cameras have turned into over the years. Because I thought you were shooting with an SLR. So, I mean, obviously I'm looking at Facebook, so that is what it is. But no, if you have Facebook, check out Shanna's stuff. She has some awesome prints available. She's willing to ship, so super cool. And Shanna, if you want to come up in the chat, I did pin the link. You're welcome to come up in the chat, talk about your prints, show them off a little bit. I enjoy seeing them, hearing about kind of. I'm super interested in, because obviously we don't have coastline. We have Missouri River coastline where I live, and that's it. Pretty boring. I'd be interested in hearing about the coastline where I actually took those pictures, and we had some cool stuff. Shanna says she takes good care of Steven's soul. Somebody has to. I don't have much of a soul to take care of anymore these days, so I'm glad you're taking care of someone's soul. Now, obviously, I could make a ginger joke, but our resident ginger is here, so I'll play nice. Uh-oh, I gotta find the ladder. Water change up top. Now, this is my super fancy anti-fry sucker upper, which I took some yarn from a mop and a small net, and boom, don't suck up as many fries anymore. Shanna's coming up on the stream. Everyone welcome Miss Shanna from 503 Aquatics. She'll be up eventually. I'm glad you're willing to come up and chat with us, Shanna. I really am. Shanna's always down to clown. Much appreciated. Shut this off. Close this guy. You guys can probably hear the laundry running in the background. If that's the case, I apologize. I do have my pump in here. I'm going to mix this up just to give her a good stir, get things mixed up, and then we'll start filling tanks. All right, Shanna's going to help with you. Awesome. Perfect. And Jenna, we are glad that you take care of Stephen's soul. It's much appreciated. I'm sure Stephen's probably pretty glad that you take care of it too. So, what I should do, sounds good. Okay. We'll do a water change up on the 40 reader. The Chilathrian Alani. Whoop, Olga. Apparently, I use a floor drain for my water changes. Apparently, I sucked up a bunch of little Java Fern plantlets because they're all caught in the drain. So give these a good rinse. And back in the tank they'll go so they can grow up to be big and strong. The other day, my wife's like, "Something smell in the basement." I'm like, I don't think so. But it's more or less a bunch of algae and stuff. They got stuck in the floor drain. Whoops. Sorry, babe. So I spent a little bit of time cleaning out the floor drain. No big deal. Not the end of the world. We got cleaned up. June had to catch 9 little fish. I wish I only ever had to catch 9 fish. Actually, if I could find somebody that I could pay just to catch fish, I would probably do it. I don't mind bagging. Like, I'll do the bagging part, but the actual catching of the fish is a pain in the neck, and it's frustrating. Not a fan, to be honest. Catching fish is a headache. Probably because I'm bad at it. I'm probably bad at it because I hate doing it. Oops. If you hate doing something, you probably don't put a ton of effort into doing it. I'll be honest. Clean up. I feed this tank. So this is the 40 breeder with a group of, I don't know, 8, 10 Chilathrian Alani Wapoga adults. This is my breeding group right now. And I feed this tank extremely heavy. So there is some debris on the bottom that I'm trying to collect a little bit. But what I do is I let the fish, the eggs, they lay the eggs in a mop. I let them hatch out in this tank. They do just fine. And then I let the fry grow out a little bit before I move them over to the acrylics. And just makes it a little bit easier to feed the fry specifically. Now, usually, I'd like to feed green water to rainbow fish fry. I just haven't set up a green water tank to go for some green water. It is an excellent food for rainbow fish. This sponge filter, something like that. This, that. Stick that. There. Now the fry hang out further up in the water column. By sucking water up out of the bottom, you're reducing the risk of sucking up any fry. Voila. Catching hill stream loaches sounds miserable, Jen. Absolutely miserable. No thanks. Nona said she just picks the fish by hand. Kudos. I wish I could do that. Excellent work for being able to. I lack the required skill set to make that happen, obviously. Skill set, patience, I don't know. One or the other. I see all the time, like, obviously there's different nets out there. Like most nets are, I don't know, green like this one, or blue like this one, or white. Obviously they market the red nets as being more difficult for fish to see. I don't know. I don't personally. What's up, Beta Aquatics? So there is some truth to why red nets might be harder for fish to see, and that's red light doesn't penetrate tanks water depth as well as blue light, so then it wouldn't, be as visible. But that sounds great and all, except generally our tanks are not deep enough for that to be much of a factor, right? So while there is some truth to the idea, I personally, no, I don't use red nets. I personally don't think that our tanks are generally big enough to see positive effects from that. Maybe your experience is different. Do you guys care? Let's do the chat. Do you guys care what color your nets are? Do you notice a difference? I personally don't. To each their own. I mean, if you notice, like, if it's a substantial difference, then hey, maybe I'm missing out on something. But just from a halfway sciencey view, I don't see it making much of a difference. 350. If I add a little bit of RO. 350 is a little hard yet. For the guppies, it's fine. I don't know. For most stuff, I don't know. 250 to 350 is probably a good just all around range as far as, I mean, assuming you know what's in your water, because TDS can be an extremely misleading number. If you know what's in your water, 350 to 300, 350 is a good range, right? If you ask me. If you don't know what's in your water, then TDS is probably a useless parameter and you shouldn't get into it. It could mean a lot of things. Oh no! Oops, I was wondering what all the noise was. That was me overfilling the living crap out of the tank. Whoops. That was bound to happen. Life goes on. I'll live. Suck some water out of that bad boy. She'll be okay. We'll live. We'll live. Beta Aquatic Silverfish Room, can you share a video close-up explaining the plumbing on the tanks I'm next to? The one with the blue valve. You bet. So, let me grab my phone, and we'll go for a walk. Do this. Do this. I'm back. This, solo. All right, so Beta Aquatics asked about this setup. So this is a set of 8 acrylic tanks, and each one has is plumbed. You can see, who's this guy here? This is a drain. This could also be a drain or whatever you want. I basically have these capped off. I don't use these at all. I just use the drain. So I use the drain. They're all plumbed. Each one has a drain with a ball valve to open and close it. Then they're plumbed to basically kind of a standpipe with an open top. It's a vent so that it can drain water. And that runs all the way down to just a barb fitting on the end. So I can hook up a hose to that barb fitting, drain it to the floor drain. And then when I do water changes, walk over, flip the valve, it drains out, flip the valve, shuts off, and then I fill it by hand. Shanna.
Hello. Hey.
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good.
What do you know?
Well, I do
Awesome.
know that I have this super dope AI Prime light that I don't know how to turn on.
Uh-oh. You don't know how to
It
turn it
doesn't
on
have
or
any
off?
buttons. It won't
Oh,
even
no.
come on. I
Um,
plugged it in and nothing happened. I'm like, dang it.
well, that's less than desirable, I guess.
I know.
I've never
It's
used an
kind of,
AI Prime, so I'm probably not of much help,
yeah,
unfortunately.
but that's my
I'm
fish keeping skill today. I can't figure out how to
learning
turn
how to
on the light.
turn lights on. My skill for the day is apparently pouring water all over the fish room,
Well,
which
I mean, it is water change day.
it
It's
is.
like a
Uh,
tradition.
I don't. It's funny because the last time I poured water on the floor of the fish room, I was talking to you in a stream too. So
I know.
maybe it has something to do with you here. I don't know. I'm
Water
just
on the
spitballing.
floors is good luck. It's
Is it?
it's an ancient fish keeper's superstition that water on your floor is actually good luck. It makes fish breed.
Oh,
And I am
okay.
totally not just making this up right now at all.
No, no, no. I mean, it's science. That's what we're here for.
Hmm.
We're here to talk about science.
Yeah, and that's what you guys have come to know me as, is like big brain fact
Right, right.
spewing Shanna.
Of
Yep,
course, of
yep.
course. I
That's
mean,
what I'm here for.
whenever I whenever I have a question, particularly about getting my fish to breed or something crazy like that, especially working in the fish room, usually I'm like, Shanna, where do I have to put water outside of the tank to make these fish spawn? Is what it comes down to.
Exactly. Exactly. When you need to know where to put water outside of a fish tank to make fish spawn, I am clearly the person you need to come to.
I mean, and I mean, last time, I spilled water on the fish room talking to you after we talked about this,
Uh-huh.
and guess what? The one of the pairs of Nanoludias laid a fresh batch of eggs. So it's science.
Yeah, it like simulates the monsoon season and triggers a hormonal response. That
Uh,
sounded sciencey even.
right, I believe it. Zen said you need an app for AI Prime to turn them on.
Yeah, the app doesn't recognize it.
Ooh,
I
I don't
know.
know.
I'm like, oh yikes.
It's like I don't know. It's super cool that you have like all these Wi-Fi app features and everything, but at the end of the day, I just want to turn the light on and off. That's it.
Yeah, a button. I don't need to turn it up and down. Like I just want it to come on and turn off.
Right. Like just give me the basics. That's all I really want.
Well, what I want is for it to light up my little fish tank so that I have to get CO2. It's kind of
Ooh,
what I want.
you have to get it.
Well, in order to keep it all balanced out with that much light, like an AI Prime on a 17-gallon tank, it'll hit
Oh,
all the way
sure.
to the bottom, and I have it full of stem plants. So, just saying, basically, I have to get CO2.
Right. Bet Aquatics asked about the plumbing size and the volume of these acrylic tanks over there. So they're roughly 16-gallon acrylic tanks. I got them from a university that was doing a research project and moved on from the project. So they just let these tanks go for super duper cheap. Um, Plumbing size is 3/4 inch PVC. So the gray stuff was already on there. They already put bulkheads in. I just added the white PVC for the actual drains, and they would be easy to set up for autofills. I don't know. I'm not super keen on like automated water changes. I get it; it makes things easy, especially if you travel a lot, which I do. I like to get my hands in the tanks to see stuff. So
I feel like it makes it easy to forget about stuff too.
it
You know what I
does.
mean? Like you just get
Like I mean,
further and further away from it,
I'm pretty good at forgetting about things as it is. Like
right?
I, I don't need any help. I'll be honest.
Well, and when
So
else would I swoop out that algae that I can't quite get all the way rid of if it's not during my water changes?
right, right. I mean, you
There's
might never get rid of it
manual
then.
cleaning that I have to do.
You may never get rid of it if it wasn't for that.
Exactly.
Anyway,
Probably if
let's
I
talk
had
about
CO2.
let's talk about your photography stuff.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. What would you like to
So
know?
no, so if you want to share some of them, I don't know if you want me to share pictures from your Facebook or what.
If you
No
want to
problem, Bed
share
Aquatics.
pictures from my Facebook, because I'm on my phone,
Okay.
and I lost my web camera. That's what I was looking for. I was going to show off one of the tanks, and I don't know how I lost it, but I
Yeah,
did.
shit happens. Select Pet asked if the water has to be spilled from uh, the tank that you're trying to breed to get those fish to breed. The answer is no.
Any tank will
It
do.
can be any tank. Any tank is fine. It works just fine. So I mean, hell, I just spilled about 2 gallons out of my tote that I'm pumping water out of. Um, and you know what? I bet fish are going to spawn. Hopefully, it's these stupid pseudocredilabris that I have down in the 75 on the bottom because they haven't spawned yet. I mean, they have. I know they've spawned, but I didn't get any fry because I was busy with other stuff.
Dang it.
So that's unfortunate. But no. So you're into a little bit of photography on the side. SCA is here. What's up, Silver Creek?
Hey, Silver Creek.
Um, let's
I
go.
love photography. And so all of those pictures are places that I go to, like that I like to go to, and are
Okay.
amazing. So all of the places, like some of them I can tell you what trail it's on, some of them I can give you
Okay.
GPS coordinates. Like it's just all
You
these cool
fancy.
spots in the Northwest.
So, I mean, is this stuff that's like far away from your house? 3G's
Um,
here. What's up, 3G?
well, I guess there's a few things that aren't outside, so those don't count. But the furthest away one I think is like 2.5 hours. Like Mount St. Helens, getting to the lava flow of that is I think the farthest one out.
Okay. Now, see if I can figure this out. I'm stream tarded
Oh
here. I'm not very
yeah.
good at it. So this is one of the prints that Shayna has available. This picture's a 20 by 20, and she does ship. So where's this taken? And this was just on your phone,
That
right?
is yeah, that's on my phone. That's at Cannon Beach. And that is Haystack Rock, and it's the dunes in front of it.
Okay. Awesome. Is this something that you had to drive to get to, or
Yeah, that's about 90 minutes from my house. And
okay?
I actually could do a whole, like, that view is a spot that is a no parking on a gravel road that I will drive 90 minutes just to go out there, sit for 5 minutes in the pickup, jump out, take some pictures, and come all the way back during all the different seasons, because it's like, it's one of those
That
places that is always there. Like, even
awesome.
tourists go, this is always there. It's like this timeless, cool thing. And if you're
Awesome.
ever in Oregon, I can send you directions on how to get there.
Oh, cool. Now, last time Skipper was in Oregon,
Yes.
um, he got firsthand tours. Now, if I come to Oregon, how much do I have to pay to get a firsthand tour?
You cover gas and some quality deep fried gas station food, and we'll go anywhere you want.
Ooh, now you're speaking my language.
Yeah, we gotta get some JoJo's and ranch and like deep fried chicken, and we'll be good to go.
Now, to make sure I'm on the same page with this JoJo's thing, well, you're talking like deep fried potato wedges, right?
Yep.
Awesome. All right. Now we're
Hmm.
talking. I like
And
it.
it has to be the kind that are made from actual sliced up potatoes. They
Of
only
course.
do that out in the country. In the city gas stations where they make them, they're out of a bag. Not the same.
All right. I'm back. I think I lost you for a second. Are you still there, Shanna?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yep. Sorry.
Don't worry.
Um, so, and then it looks like you do quite a bit of sightseeing. Here's another print. This is a
I
16 by 20. That's a tunnel somewhere, right? is what it says.
That is the old Portland Railroad lines, abandoned train tracks that used to go from Portland all the way out to the coast. And this is in the Tillamook National Forest. And it's actually the Beaver Slide section of the abandoned train track. And it abuts a river there, which the name of
Awesome.
it's escaping me.
Okay. Now something like this, I mean, that obviously wasn't taken recently, right? It looks pretty green. It looks fairly,
Yes,
spring,
this was
summery-ish.
taken, I think, in June or July.
Okay, awesome. I mean, do you enter these? That obviously Facebook's gonna probably kill quality on a lot of stuff. But do you enter this in shows? Like, do you submit it to galleries or any shows? Or
I haven't. I would love to do that. Well, I have in like a long time ago. I used to do black and white 35 millimeter photography, and then I also did darkroom compositions where you just work with the enlarger and paper and you put stuff in between the light and the paper to make different patterns and stuff. And I was invited to do an exhibition with that, but then I had a bunch of stuff happen and I wasn't able to do it. And then once I left college, I didn't have the darkroom access. And I always talked about setting up a darkroom, but the chemicals involved in that are
it's not something you want to get into.
So bad. And then camera phones started coming along, and my iPhone takes like unbelievable image size photos that I can blow up to like, I think the largest print is 24 by 36, and it's
it's insane anymore.
Yeah.
So now I got into photography in high school. This was like 2004, 2005, and we did some blackroom work, or darkroom work, whatever, with actually, again, 35 millimeter film. Actually, we developed our own film, the black and white stuff anyway. We sent the color stuff off to get developed, and then we did the prints. We had color enlargers. So it's super cool. Getting into some of that, and then I got into college, and digital was getting a little bit bigger, so did a little more digital, but we still did some film stuff. And I don't know, I enjoy just spending time in the dark room and working on prints and hanging out with friends and doing that kind of stuff.
Isn't it? Oh my gosh.
I've entered a bunch of shows, and
that's really cool.
So I mean, I miss it, and I actually I did get an enlarger and a bunch of equipment to set up like a little dark room in my basement. This was years ago, and just never came to fruition. It was when digital was getting so popular that film was kind of getting phased out, and it was getting harder and harder to keep track of.
Yeah.
And it just was no longer feasible to try to do something like that. I miss it. I do miss the dark room.
And not to mention, it is not cheap. Like photo paper, when I was buying it, was like 60 cents a sheet. And so, especially when you're just playing with stuff in the dark room, it was nothing to go through $100 worth of paper in a day.
Right.
And now with digital stuff, you can kind of just zoom it all out. And it seems like it used to feel like digital images were super flat, but not anymore.
Oh yeah, no, it's way better now.
The texture and detail that like you could only get with a negative before.
Yep. I don't know, I've actually got somewhere. I'll see if I can find it quick. I might be able to. I have a bunch of paper. It's probably no good anymore. I mean, I've kept it fairly cool, but I do still have a bunch of paper and stuff from when I used to do more of that type of stuff. Oh man.
I still have like 12 rolls of black and white film.
Yep, I've got I bought the big spool to build my own.
Nice.
I've got all kinds of. I've got black and white. I've got infrared. A wide variety of stuff.
Oh, that is
It's
so
probably
fun.
all useless now, but it was fun. I had access to all that type of equipment, and
Yeah, light is not the friend of the dark room.
let's see. I think I probably threw most of it out, but I've still got old contact sheets and stuff for
Oh yeah.
stuff I did in high school.
I have a lot of really terrible black and white film and like probably 20 good photos. I was looking at some of my old contact sheets from high school. I was like,
Oh, yeah.
wow.
You're just like, you're in high school, you just think it's the coolest thing on the face of the planet,
Oh,
and you're making things happen. Actually, it didn't take me as long as I thought. But well, swap my camera over here for a second. Just a minute. Oh my gosh, this crap going on in the chat all the time.
oh yeah. We had a missionary come and try and save our souls.
Oh well, we're
Poor
saved.
guy.
Consider us saved. Thanks for saving us, Connie. I do appreciate it. Uh-oh. Oh man. Uh-oh.
I always feel bad for them when they come in. It's like, oh.
I don't feel bad at all. Let's see, can I do this?
Yeah, we expect a lot from trollers in this group. You have to be creative. You can't just say the same stuff over and over. That's
Right.
not doing anybody any good. Where's Patty?
Hey.
What's up?
I figured since it's Thursday maintenance day, I'd do my maintenance too.
It's time for some maintenance.
Yeah.
But actually, let me see. So you might recognize that, Shanna.
Yep, I do.
So that's some old warm tone paper.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
That I don't know. I don't know the date on it. It's old.
As long as it's sealed, it's pretty much good, unless it got way too damp somehow.
And this is, yep, we're still filming here. So this is old T-Max ISO 400.
Oh.
So that's a big spool that's probably shot.
I don't know. Yeah. It's in a light safe.
These are all. God, these are probably from high school.
First couple of frames are shot now, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's Ultra Pro 50. I don't know. The roll. I don't even know what this is. It's that Ultra Pro 50. More 50. I don't know. I've got rolls of film that have moved with me several times. I mean, the chances are they're probably not any good anymore. But maybe someday. Oh well. Yeah. So no, I did a lot of photography stuff back in high school and into college.
Yeah. So did I.
An empty old from rolling your own stuff cassette.
Yeah, I think I still have my film loader for rolling the film on those cartridges.
To develop them, or the
Yep.
one to load up the film into the canister.
To load up the film in the canister.
Oh, gotcha,
yep.
gotcha.
I don't have any of my darkroom stuff anymore.
I've got
I still remember how
all
it
the
took
things.
like a solid hour and a half that first time I was in the dark trying to load the film into the plastic rings to put it into the developer fluid, because you can't see anything, and I just did not get it. I was in there forever. The teacher asked if I fell asleep. I was like, no, I didn't fall asleep.
Right.
Come on, I'm just this bad at it.
Other than Geek Boy, we got a few new faces in here. Silver Creek, I think I caught you earlier, bud. Thanks for stopping by. Sky Dancer, Joe Coffee, Craig from Craig's Catfish Cave, Jimmy P. Jimmy P asked what we're watching. We were talking about photography stuff. We'll get back to fish things a little bit. I gotta see. I gotta see if I can figure out how to do this stuff. You guys need to teach me YouTube things. Let's see. Boom. So I don't know how to do this live chat stuff.
Oh my
Glitch is
gosh,
right.
Geek Boy, I'm in love with that tank.
Yeah, these are all new. Well, most of these are all new plants from Steven, from Luke Wang.
Yes.
Yeah. And then, of course, my gigantic when did I? Some hairgrass that came in hitchhiking on one of the co-op plants.
It's beautiful though. It looks on purpose.
Yeah. Oh, it is. I planted it. It was
Okay,
just
cool.
on one of the. It was in one of the any plant matter I get that comes in on any other plants I get, I automatically plant them. So some more Luke Wang plants, a little sword and that guy.
Now, is all of the red in there, you have CO2 or no?
Yeah, and here I do have CO2, yeah. But these are red from when I got them. I've only had them for a week now, so.
That looks super good. Now, what species did you get?
I don't remember.
That's usually how it goes.
Yeah.
Usually how stuff like that goes.
Yeah. Got it written down, but I don't remember it off the top of my head.
Oh. I was talking to Luke today and just chatting about different stuff, and I was like, hey, so do you think if I start sending you some of my pictures of plants, you might help me remember what I have? And it's like, maybe, but I might be wrong too. I'm like, well, that's fair. Gotta write
There's
it
so
down.
much variation based on lighting and everything that it is tough, especially there's a bazillion different kinds of various. Like if you look at like Ludwigia inclinata, there's Ludwigia inclinata, which you don't even see very often in the hobby anymore. And then there's the variants like Cuba, Pantanal, Meta. And I don't know, Meta is more like pink and supposed to grow slower. Pantanal is more red. Cuba tends to be more orange. And then the standard inclinata variant is a little bit more green. But it all depends on how much light you're throwing at it. So it's tough.
I always get yeah, I was talking to Luke and asking him if he'd do a stream with me where we talk about like the very, very basic stuff from his perspective and how to start building towards, like, how do I get from here to there, Luke?
Money, I'll be honest.
Probably a spreadsheet also to keep track of stuff.
Soft water, good lights, CO2, and then the rest of it just comes down to sourcing plants. That's about the extent of it, to be honest. So, I mean, at the end of the day, once you provide, a good environment for things, like I said, light, CO2, it's just a matter of acquiring them, and then most plants grow about the same. Like if you're throwing, chances are, if you're throwing 70 to 80 par at your substrate, you have sufficient light to grow just about anything, and then some CO2, you'll be in good shape.
Okay. The tank I have with that I want to put the AI Prime on right now has a light that was in a box somewhere over it, and all of my stem plants are finally looking good now that they're about halfway up at the top, and then they get scragglier and scragglier. I'm like, oh, needs more light.
Yep, that's a pretty surefire sign. You'll notice like longer internodal spacing as things stretch out to grow up for more light. So, a lot of times, like people like, oh, my plants are doing really well. that if you look at them, you're like, the growth looks like crap. I mean, some people, I'm not trying to dog on them. Just like,
Oh no, here,
they're
hold on. Let me,
excited to grow plants.
I can totally show a perfect example of this right now. Let me turn my camera around, settings, camera.
There we go. Right there, right there. Ladies, don't touch the camera. Just
So I don't know if you can see this guy right here. See how at the top it's finally turning colors, and then you go
Yep.
down and it turns into a twig. Wah, wah, wah.
okay.
And
For
then
those
these
of
are
you,
bit up top.
right?
Inaccurate. So poor inaccurate. Like, meh.
What's up, Whip? How's it going, bud? Is there somebody? Now I'm pretty much streaming retarded. How the hell do you turn subscriber only chat on so that I can quit worrying about this?
I don't know how to do that.
I don't know how to do it. I know people. Everybody's like, "Oh my gosh, turn subscriber only on." I'm like, I don't know how.
Right? Like, is there a button for that?
It's under the it's in the YouTube settings, but I don't remember where. I've only done it once.
I don't know. We'll fumble around, and
Got
until then,
no mods.
we'll keep playing whack-a-mole. I don't know. I'm pretty. Usually, I only have like 15 to 20 people in my stream. And I'm pretty sure I have about 15 to 20 people that are set as moderators. But just depends on. I don't stream during the day very often, so that's part of it. If June, if you're still here, I did get your email. So whatever email address you were using before, was not the right one. But that's okay. We got it fixed. We got to figure it out. We're moving in the right direction now. My fish tanks, aquatics. What's up? Thanks for stopping by. We're
the big
trying to clean
light
tanks and
that
playing
I have
whack-a-mole right now.
that won't turn on. And then here's the little baby light I have kind of strung across the tree to get light in there. So it might be why I'm having a little struggle.
Oh gosh. All right, I am about ready to pay somebody to go figure out how to turn subscriber only chat on so that I don't have to worry about it anymore.
Is Steven not in anymore? Didn't he come in?
Steven's here. He was here. He's lurking. Jenna's lurking. Mandy is trying to teach her kids. And I simply, if I knew how to turn it on, I'd just turn it on and not worry about it. The problem is, I could breed fish and I could grow plants, but apparently I can't figure out how to stream to save my life.
Steven would be able to tell you how.
He's got the whole streaming thing pretty well figured out. I mean, it's got to be something right in front of my face, you'd think. Shanna, did you see, Zen made a comment earlier about changing some settings for that light to get it to connect to the app. Did you see that? It was a while ago.
Yeah, I think I have to contact AI Prime directly because I uninstalled the app and reinstalled it. I created an account. One of my buddies was saying it might still be connected to the person who I got it from.
Okay.
So I need to reach out to them and double check that.
I wonder if there's a way to factory reset the light.
It has.
There's got to be, right?
Yeah.
I would hope so, but it has no button anywhere. I looked with the flashlight to make sure.
Whip, if I knew how to turn it on, I would, but I'd love to. I don't know how is the problem.
Yeah.
I'm trying.
What's up, Craig?
Customization. Jimmy P. I don't know where that button is. Let's go look. I'm also on my laptop, which is slow, so that's not helping me out any. We'll get there. I'm going to try to get there Jimmy's going to teach me a thing or two.
Uh-oh.
And we'll keep the banter out of the chat.
Got it.
What'd you get?
The idea. I'm like
Oh my
10-4.
gosh. Probably be
I
easier.
do have
Under
an
customization,
exciting-
he says. All right, we'll go look under customization. I'm looking. Live chat. Who can send messages? All right. Uh-oh, we're making progress.
Subscribers
Holy
only.
smokes. Uh-oh, we might have just done something productive, guys. Careful.
Oh, no.
Oh, snap.
I don't know if that's good or
Do you know
bad.
how to make people mods?
I do.
Oh, okay.
I just make everybody a mod.
What's up, Peplin Creek and Ricky DeHoya?
Taplin Creek says make some mods. I think he just volunteered.
Yep, sounds like it.
Yep. Pep, it's on you.
Like, we might go Oprah Winfrey up in here and everybody gets to be a mod. Because I don't care.
You guys are going to get to see my messy counter. But
Oh, nice.
wanted to show how I connect my irrigation control setup to the sink using quick disconnect.
Perfect.
That's what I need.
Yeah. The only thing I still have to get a quick disconnect for this connection right here. Yeah.
I'm always a little bit sketchy when I put metal on plastic. And
Yeah,
aren't
I'm not
those
a fan
quick
of the whole metal
disconnects
on plastic
normally
thing.
metal? I just fat finger everything and end up stripping it, and then it's all ruined.
Well,
Dang it.
If you're careful when you first do it, and if you're doing it with these quick disconnects, then you only have to do it that one time. So now I've got Python on the irrigation controller.
Oh, that's
and
cool.
The irrigation controller is now on my sink.
Awesome. You know, the more I think about it, maybe one of these nights when I have time to sit at my computer upstairs and things work a little smoother, we'll play. We're gonna have a contest, and we'll just make everybody a mod, and whoever whacks the most moles by the end of the night will get a prize.
That would be fun.
Like whoever wins, I mean, we're just gonna let everybody take their turn whacking people that come in and post stupid crap, and we'll get a winner eventually.
Ricky said you can make me a mod, but if it's an interesting solicitation, I may not delete it.
I mean, I won't judge you. What do you have growing out of that tank there? Looks like some sort of vining. Okay. Easy there, Joe. Careful how you say that.
I feel like he's saying that like it's something he's proud of, and that is not something he should be proud of.
I mean, be proud of it. That's fine. I'm just saying, be careful the way you phrase things.
Yeah. And Matt might take you on that challenge.
I have heard rumblings. I've heard rumblings. I'm not gonna lie. You may not be uncontested there, Joe.
What rumblings have you heard?
I plead the fifth.
Ricky said, throw everyone in a room that wants to be a mod and throw the wrench in the middle, and whoever comes out with the wrench is your champion. I enjoy fights to the death. Unfortunately, that would mean instead of 10 people that watch my streams, I'd be down to about, I don't know, 2, because only one person would be left alive. So maybe not the best solution to the problem here.
That could be problematic. Yes, good call. Good call. Way to play the tape through, bud.
I mean, for the sake of my own channel's survival, I mean, I'm not afraid to talk to 3 people in the middle of the night. I on a stream. I've done that before, but this is actually, it's funny because I'll like schedule streams, and just based on my availability, I'm not available like a ton. I'll schedule streams, and usually when I schedule something, I'll get like 5 to 10 people that show up. And when I do something like this, where I just show up and do a pop up when I'm cleaning fish tanks, like right now we have 37. That's more than I usually get ever. So
right now is a good time to stream too. Like,
there's nobody else on. So you guys, this is what you guys are stuck with. You're stuck with me.
Well, I choose you, Mike. I'm not stuck with you.
Oh,
I could be watching Karen's getting arrested right now.
You've chosen me.
Those are always good videos to watch.
Yeah, I've kind of had my fill for the day, though. I was ready for some fish stuff, and there was Mike, and I was like, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm better than watching Karen's get arrested. I'll take it. I'll take what I can get at this point in time. Everyone fighting for Ren, talking about with a hammer. Hey, whatever you need to use. Whatever you need to use. I honestly don't care. Something to decompress. I'm decompressing with a little Left Hand Brewing milk chocolate milk stout right now. So that's what I'm decompressing with. Which, I don't know. Where is this brewed, Geek Boy? Do you know? Left Hand is out that direction, isn't it?
Yeah, Left Hand is up in Longmont, where it's the city that Priscilla works in now. It's just about 5 miles north of me.
Okay. Rob's Aqua said he's driving from Omaha to Des Moines. How about instead of Omaha to Des Moines, you drive from Omaha to Sioux City and you just come hang out? I'll provide the beverages.
Yeah, congrats on the new job, Glitch.
Yeah, no kidding. Congrats, Glitch. Way to go. Silver Creek said he'll provide the weapons. I personally, I mean, I don't have enough, but I have plenty. I can definitely get us going in the right direction. How does? Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh! Did they subscribe and you only said subscribers?
They still subscribed.
Dang it!
How does that even? That guy's. That's dedication. Like I'm not even mad anymore. Like if you're gonna take the time.
Subscriber.
Like I'll take it. I'm almost 800, so I'll take it. I'm not gonna whine. I'm at 790 right now.
Everyone.
So this is fine. This is fine.
Oh my gosh.
A fish army.
I have to tell you, I have very exciting news.
I'm listening.
Kenny got a screaming deal on a whole pile of fish tanks and fish, and in that mix was some 10-gallon tanks, and he already has way too many, and they're 10-gallon tanks with dividers in them. So it's like 4 little sections that I can just start bouncing my killifish like every 5 days. So I should feel like I'm going to be able to get some spawns going because I think they're eating the eggs.
I hope they're not eating the eggs. That would be unfortunate. Glitch wants to know if Clark is hot. Maybe. Stephen P. still lurking. He said, going to hell. I'll be there with you. What you got there, Geek Boy?
Petros Road Bruin. It's brown ale.
Oh, okay. It's that time of year. Winter honestly might be one of my favorite times of the year just because of the beverage choice.
The sour brown.
I'm definitely a dark stout type guy.
That's good. It's kind of almost Flemish sour taste.
Okay. They still keep subscribing. I'm like, I'm fine with this. Like, if you want to subscribe,
yeah, right?
I mean, I'll mute you all day long.
No kidding. This could be your new strategy.
Right? Maybe I just
baby.
Now, I've noticed that some of the bigger content creators, they're starting to do more like an all-day live stream type thing where I don't know if they're playing the same video over and over again on like repeat or what. But I'm like, it'll be like, oh, like I'll look on when I'm on the computer on the left side, it shows like your subscriptions and who's live. And I'm like, oh, so and so's live, and I'll click it. It's just like a constant video. It's not like an actual live stream.
Since Steven's here,
Oh, dang. That could be a way to rack up some watch hours, I guess.
I mean, I guess, except it's gonna have one or two viewers for like 5 or 10 minutes at a time.
Well, unless you put on subscribers only mode and you get some solid spammers in there who just keep making accounts.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look like Rack has a 24/7 stream, but it's literally a live view of a bird feeder,
Yeah.
which is pretty cool. It's not like, I mean, I get that. I don't want to see like the same video just repeat over and over again all the time.
Right.
But anyway, I said I might rant earlier. All right, enough of the religious stuff in the chat, guys. I'm over it. We're over it. It's funny. We're over it. Moving on. I said I was going to rant earlier.
Yes.
Let's rant. Anyway, so there's so many companies out there now that are willing to give their product away in exchange for YouTube reviews or unboxing videos or whatever. Or if you go on YouTube, there's certain, or not YouTube, but Amazon, there's certain companies that if you buy their stuff on Amazon, once you leave a 5-star review, they will then refund your money through like PayPal or something, which is super sketchy, but they do it for the reviews. That way they still get the sale on Amazon, then they get the review. And whatever. Sponsorships, like if you want to sponsor a Facebook group, and this is kind of where it stemmed from, there's a plant-specific group that is more or less sponsored by a company that has some less than stellar advertising tactics, if you ask me. But since they sponsor the group, anytime that somebody in the group says, well, this product is actually kind of lousy, that stuff just gets deleted. And they're like, well, don't talk about them because they support the group and they give us free stuff to give away. I was like, well, let's call a spade, right?
That's a cult.
So even like, I appreciate that a company wants to support a group, but at the end of the day, they're supporting the group because it's cheap advertisement for them and it gets them sales. And you see the same thing with YouTube, and I'll use Hydra as a prime example. I don't use Hydra products. I won't, simply because of their marketing strategy. It's just my 2 cents. They may be good products. I don't know. I don't use them. But be careful. Just don't allow yourself to be bought and then lose like a sense of honesty about a product. Like just because somebody's giving you a crappy product, don't talk that product up. At the end of the day, it's a crappy product. So this planted group on Facebook that's more or less sponsored by this company. They make CO2 regulators, and it's a low-end CO2 regulator that is developing, or like everybody's like, oh, it lasted 3 months, it lasted 6 months, it lasted maybe a year, whatever. I was like, well, it's a budget CO2 regulator. Like, just go buy a nice regulator. And I got schwacked, I guess, or talking to for bashing this company that supports the Facebook group. I was like, okay, sure. I'm grateful that they support the Facebook group, sure. But let's call a spade a spade. Hey, it's a low-end CO2 regulator. That's what it is. We don't need to defend it just because they give us free stuff. Like, don't allow sponsorships and stuff to prevent anybody from being honest about a product. It drives me crazy.
Yeah, this is a Hydra that lasted a little over a year. It's dead.
What happened to it? Just quit working?
Actually, I can probably show you. Go here.
I'm like, sure, like a company may give out tons of free stuff, but that's likely because it's cheap and it's advertisement for them. So sure, they're going to keep giving away free stuff. That doesn't mean that they sell a good product. It just means that their marketing strategy is sketchy, and I don't know. Right, Stephen?
I've gotten
I hear you.
messages like that, and they're like, all right, buy this on Amazon, we'll send your money back. And I'm like, right. And then next you'll have like a prince who needs some help with his bank account, right? The emails are sketchy. Like, I'm just like, no. And I love free stuff. I
It's
love
like,
free stuff, but it just
I
seems like
mean,
a scam. And if
I'm all
you don't
about
give
it,
them a 5-star review, so if their product sucks and you don't like it, then you have to buy it.
right? You're just stuck with it, and I don't know. It's just I disagree with the marketing strategy. I think it's nonsense. Amazon doesn't like it. You're like I've reported a ton of sellers to Amazon because you'll see like you'll see these companies advertise it on Facebook and like, oh, I'll go look up the company and then you just go report them, like because it's against Amazon's policies. Um, Obviously, they still do it, and it helps them get a bunch of reviews and it helps them get a bunch of sales on Amazon, so they look better, and then they get more sales, and then they don't care. Like they're making so much money on cheap stuff. It's like, sure, we'll keep sending them out free, whatever. Like the argument in this Facebook group about these regulators was that the company stands behind their product. I'm like, well, if you sell a cheap product, it's easy for you to just ship a brand new product out. Like, oh, here you go. Good luck. It's going to break again in 6 to 9 months. And I'm not saying it will for sure. I'm saying there's certain companies that it's easy. Their product is so cheap that they'd rather just send you a new one and whatever. I don't know. Like I said, it's a rant. Agree, disagree. I don't know. But like I said, Higer might be a great product. I disagree with their marketing strategy though, so I will not recommend or buy any of their stuff. Like, I get it. It's like if you send stuff to people for free and then they make videos about it, you're going to get more hits and you're going to sell more stuff because people just recognize the name. And there's a bunch of good reviews about it, and people keep making good reviews because then they realize they keep getting free stuff. I don't know. Do what you want. I don't care, but that's just how I feel about it.
That is a rant from Mike for today.
I know. I rant a lot, but Whoop's got a good point. The only thing that can kill your integrity is you. If you can't speak the truth about a product just because some company asks you to promote their product, just steer away from it. That's what it comes to. Like, I don't know. I get they want to advertise, but just if you can't, especially if you're going to run a group, like whether it's a Facebook group or a forum or whatever, I don't care. If you are going to silence your users and not let them be honest about a product or talk about it because that sponsor supports you, like, what good are you doing other than just trying to make that company money? And at the end of the day, you're probably getting free stuff because that's, I mean, people get bought. It's whatever. And then this specific company that we were talking about, they produced a bunch of equipment and they did the whole Amazon review refund thing, whatever. And then they started a new company selling the exact same equipment under a new name. And I was like, oh, why'd you guys do this? Like, oh, well, we're trying to diversify or whatever. I was like, yeah, right. You're selling the same crap under a new name. Mountain Greenery. This is a buy right or buy twice, buy nice or buy twice. That's the way I see it, man. Just spend the money up front. It's not worth the headache. Everybody's like, oh, well, my product by this company has lasted me for a year with no problems. Like, really? Well, I've got problems that have lasted for 15. I was like, without problems. I'm like, you can talk about that. Like, hey, this stuff holds up. I mean, a year is not long term to me.
No, that's why I didn't replace that Higer light with another Higer light.
So.
Well, and I guess it depends a lot too on your fish tank, right? Like if you just have, because we're talking about it from the Facebook place, right? And a lot of us who get into YouTube, like, we're not your average hobbyist. We're going deep here, people. If you have a fish room, that is not the average hobbyist. If you have a fish house, that's not the average hobbyist. But on Facebook, it is a lot of like folks that have 1 or 2 tanks. And if you only have fish in a tank, then like it isn't such a big deal. But if you're trying to break into growing your hobby and stuff, getting honest reviews from the people that you look up to really does make a difference.
Right. And I don't know. It's just, I'm not trying to play like ethical, holier than thou, whatever. But I like Steven's comment. He said he's got a no sponsor policy, which honestly, that's probably the way I'll go. Like, do I plug certain products? Yes. Am I sponsored by them? No, which means guess what? I get to be as honest as I want about stuff. And if I think something sucks, I can say it sucks. And one, I wouldn't feel bad anyway, regardless. But two, I don't have to listen to anybody gripe about it.
Right.
And if I like something, like Nylog G Ferts, I recommend them because they work. It's a good product. I've used them for years. Prime, I like Prime. I plug Prime because it works. I'm not sponsored by them. If they sponsored me, honestly, I like a couple CChem products, but if CChem's like, hey, we'll sponsor you if you plug this stuff, I would probably say no because I don't like a lot of their products. Steven said he hasn't had any good sponsor offers. I had somebody emailed me and they're like, we'll sponsor you if you play our ad in the middle of your video for some video game. I was like, chances are most of my user base is not interested in this video game. So how about no? So
I'd
Brian,
watch it for you, Mike.
Would you?
Yeah.
We're 50 talking about Higer. Just like kind of those companies, not Higer
But not
exclusively.
just Tiger.
No, there's a bunch of them that do this. It looks like Whip bounced. See you, Whip. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. Steven's talking to Craig. Crowntail Half Moon's here. What's up, Crowntail? Skull Aquatics is in the house. Mandy's back. Thanks, guys. No, I don't know. We're ranting about stupid crap right now. Not that stupid crap, but it's just things that are dumb and frustrating in the hobby. And it sucks because, like, I see people that I respected. Well, I still respect them on YouTube, like in the fish fam, that have kind of succumbed to some of the sponsorship type stuff. It's just unfortunate because you lose honesty and you lose, like, once you start getting stuff for free, you stop being honest about things. It's just, we like free stuff. We're humans. We like to get stuff. So I don't know. I get it, but at the same time, be careful with sponsorships. Don't let yourself be bought and be fooled into talking good about a product that maybe isn't that great, but you're getting it for free. So whatever. You guys are probably sick of listening to me ramble about it. I get it. Shannon, did you get your RODI unit working? Because I know you were talking about it. We were talking about it in a stream a while back.
No, but I definitely thought about it since then.
You have
it's on
thought
the
about
foot
it?
of my bed. I have a queen size bed, and I sleep on one side, and the RODI unit is on the foot of my bed on the other side. And I look at it often. But as far as actually doing anything, no, that part hasn't happened yet.
I mean, really, your guys' water is so soft over there and fairly clean that you don't have to worry about it much unless you're going to go salt water, which I think you should. I do.
Well, over in Vancouver, though, I actually have pretty hard water, but
okay.
I can go get water from where I dog sit because their water is off full run, so it's just no runoff, basically.
Okay.
And I'll bring my water jugs over there and fill them. I don't know.
Mark said if someone wants to throw money at him to plug their crap product, he'll do so with crap enthusiasm. Hey, man. You do you. Whatever that might be.
There's some products that I would totally be sponsored by. Like, if I was good at keeping shrimp, I love Shrimp MD. But I'm not good at keeping shrimp, so I don't want them to sponsor me because, like, I'm not.
Here's a bunch of dead shrimp. Look at that.
Yeah, right? They'd be like, oh, sorry, guys. It's not from them. It's not their fault.
Like, if a company wants to send me a product, like, I will review a product, but I'm going to be honest about that product. And if it sucks, I'm going to say it sucks. I'm not going to fall into the, you know what, actually, I'll rephrase that. I'm going to say it sucks if it sucks. I'm not going to plug them with, like, oh, here's a discount code to look at all our other products that you just talked for. Like, I'm not going to give people discount codes in exchange for stuff like that. Like, if you want me to review your product, sure. You can send one to me and review it. Don't ask me to plug your stuff to try to get you more sales. And it's funny because most of the time, the companies that want you to make reviews or videos of their stuff is cheap, crappy products. I'm not saying like any company in particular, just more often than not. And it's an advertising technique. I get it, whatever. I just don't buy into it myself.
I think anytime something's super oversaturated too, like if I see a whole bunch of products for the same thing, or a whole bunch of reviews for the same product, I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on? Is this actually a good product? Because I do think that sometimes some of it is perfectly good for what it is. Like,
yeah, sure. And I'm not saying that all the products that do it are crap. Well, like you said, it's a saturation thing. Like if all of a sudden 1 million people start posting a video about the same thing, you're like, okay, what's the deal here? You at least have to. It raises eyebrows.
Yeah, all those solar generators that pop up. That every influencer out there gets hit up by every single one of them.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you'll see the Blue Yetis and the Anchor and all those. I think. I forget the name of the most recent one, but everybody that's in van life and all that end up shilling for those things.
Really?
Or Casetify. I want to know if that cell phone case is really that great, because I have seen 1 million people throw cell phones with those Casetify cases on them. And the problem is, I'm a sucker for advertisement. I want Casetify. I want HelloFresh. I want to be a sir or a lady from that debunked title place. Like, I want all of them. And I'm like, come on, guys. I can't take this kind of pressure. I so easily succumb to marketing.
No, I've noticed people were talking about it the other day in the Discord. I think.
Here.
Is he? He might want to come up and rant.
Came in. What's up, Terry?
What do you know, Terry?
Terry, we've been ranting.
I didn't see him pop in.
He said, "Sup." And then a bunch of people said, "Hello, Terry."
Oh, well, hey, Terry. Good to see you there. You're more than welcome to. I don't know. We got off topic about photography stuff, and we got off topic ranting about random crap, and we're kind of bringing it back to fish, sort of, a little bit, maybe. I don't know. If we don't, that's okay. It's mostly fish related.
My webcam.
Well, that's a plus. Everyone's like, "What do you want for Christmas?" I was like, I could probably use like a decent microphone and stuff for when I stream. I'm like,
yeah.
But this stuff sounds way cooler than a new microphone. So they're asking for Jeep parts or photography stuff or fish stuff or whatever. So who knows?
This is the downside to having curved tanks. Scraping algae.
Yeah.
I can't stand curved tanks. My wife says curved tanks give her a headache.
Huh.
Which I'm glad they don't make wavefront tanks anymore. Wavefront tanks were miserable to look at. I'd never keep one in my life.
Like a funhouse mirror? Wavefront?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, so from left to right, it curves out, and then it curves in.
Yeah.
Oh.
And you want to talk about some distortion and giving you some goofy looks.
I feel like on certain substances that could really put you into some trouble.
It's like,
oh my God.
Gotta be careful with that one.
I love the look of them, but just getting algae scraping on it, because you can't just scrape it up and down, because there's only, you only get
it
just
only
a little
touches
strip.
on teeny tiny.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Forever.
It's like, I mean,
forever.
Quarter tanks make cool scapes, but quarter tanks are an absolute headache to work in.
Yep.
because they're tough to light because you can't just put like normal lights on them most of the time without getting a lot of bleed over. And on top of that, I mean, I'm short. I got these short little arms, guys. I'm 5'7", okay? I can't reach the back of the tank.
Hey, I
I can't
resemble
reach the
that
back of this
remark.
guy.
That's not short.
Because this thing's so high. I mean, I have to step up to get, to reach down, but I can't reach the back, I can't reach the bottom of the sword here.
Right. Silver Creek likes his curved tanks, but they're hard to get good pics. They are. Like, I just want a picture of this fish, and it's dang near impossible. I mean, they do look good. Like, when you look at, like, if you look at them from afar, they look good, and they make cool, super cool escapes. But I just don't want to work in them. Ooh.
That's the nice thing about leaving these things for 12 years. Other than changing water, I don't really do a whole lot on it.
Yeah.
Every so often I do this with the algae scraper, and that's about it.
A pentagonal corner tank. I don't know if I've seen. I mean, at least you'd have straight, flat surfaces. Terry, what's up, brother?
What's going on, man? Can you hear me?
Yep.
I can hear you.
What's going on, guys?
What you got going on, man? We're ranting right now a little bit. We got a little bit of rant action going.
What are we ranting about?
Oh, bullshit sponsorships and people trying to give away free stuff for advertisement and stuff like that. Drives me crazy. What are you doing? You got some working on tanks?
I'm moving a tank.
Moving it? What's wrong with it? What's wrong with where it was?
It's on the bottom shelf, and I want it up a level so it stays warmer in the winter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm dealing with that problem in the fish room right now. My bottom tank in one corner away from the heater is at 70 degrees. So I'm like, yeah, it's doable, but it's a little chilly. Depends. I mean, obviously, depending on the fish I put in it, but it's a little cooler than I want right now.
Well, I got to seal off this room and regulate the heat better, but I've been lazy. So
Oh, you're telling me. You can see this room. I literally have painter's plastic sealing the top of it off to keep the air in. You're preaching to the choir. I need to get some. Well, I mean, ideally, I'd just finish the room and like actually put real walls up. But chances are that won't happen. I'll just go get some pink board and seal it off eventually. It's just not a priority. I'd like for it to be a priority, but there's only.
battle, man.
I mean, part of it is I'm not going to be in this house forever, so I'm like, I don't really want to put too much money into it.
Yeah, I got the same thing going on here. I figure I got about another 5-6 years here, and then I'm out. So I don't want to get too crazy. Plus, I want to be able to take everything down, move it, and then remodel this basement into something that normal people would use.
Right?
What?
It's like I don't want to.
Like a den?
I don't want to put. That's boring.
Yeah, like
Man
a game
cave.
room or a man cave or something
Right.
like that.
See, my problem is I don't want to put too much money into my house because then I'll never get it back because of the neighborhood that I'm in. I'm not in a bad neighborhood. It's an old house and it's generally a little bit more budget-friendly neighborhood. But I don't want to like price myself out of the market. So I don't want to put too much money into it. So I just kind of deal with it. Like it's forever going to be an unfinished basement, and I'm going to take this corner and make it a fish room, and that's what we're going to do. So it's not pretty. I get it. But it works. It makes me money. I mean, it's not about the money, but income is greater than expenses right now. So that's a win.
I feel like income's greater than expenses all the time.
If you can come up with a net zero kind of deal on your expenditures as far as what you're buying and you're doing fantastic. You see all these breeding for profit and stuff, and 9 times out of 10 they're not making a profit.
And we got into this a little bit today. I won't mention any names and nothing against him. But there was an article or a video titled, I made $700 in 2 days with this for-profit scheme. Well, you made $700, sure, but you made it in 2 days at a fish swap, and that was 6 to 9 months worth of work. So you didn't make $700 in 2 days. You made $700 in 6 months.
My electric bill this coming month is, keep in mind that's gas and electric, is like $520.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So,
Yeah.
you know,
It's like,
that, and that's just 1 month. So if you're covering yourself at a net zero, you're doing fantastic.
yeah, I was like, I tried to make just enough money with my hobby to cover my hobby, and if I'm able to succeed at that,
Yep.
and that includes electrical bills, food, supply stuff like that. And if I go to a fish swap and I make $500 in a weekend, perfect, whatever.
$500 goes really quick in this hobby.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
Yeah, it does.
especially because I've
I
got
can spend $500 just on Amazon in like 2 minutes.
no, yeah. I mean, I've got an LPH 45 that runs these tanks, and I'm looking at them like, all right, it's time to add more air. So like, I'm about to drop 250 on an LPH 60.
Wow.
Just drop the hammer and get the 80.
Well, that's
can
the
always-
thing. I'm like, if I'm gonna spend that much on the 60, I might as well use an 80.
I mean, you can always bleed air off.
Mandy said her hobby's 99.9% expense. I mean, that's why it's a hobby and not a living.
Yep.
Do I get to count stuff I gave away, like as gifts, like what I might have spent if I hadn't had
Right,
stuff to give
sure.
away?
Yeah. I mean,
That kind of
like I said,
awesome.
at the end of the day, it's not about making money, but I mean, if you can cover your expenses, and I don't know, if you make a buck, you make a buck. Cordulan said you need a sponsored solar generator to cover the electric bill.
Ooh, there we go. They're sponsoring the wrong people with the van life.
Right?
They do make
They
good
need
battery
to-
backups for if your power goes out.
Right?
Kidding. Yeah, why can't anybody with something useful try to sponsor me? It's like Higer emailed me. They're like, hey, will you, if we send you this product for free, will you review it? I was like, I'll review it. You might not like it, but I'll review it. I'm like, okay, it's this Airstone rated, or this air pump. Oh, shit. It's an air pump rated for like
fault.
a 5-gallon tank. I was like, I have 7 2.5-gallon tanks in here, but an air pump rated for a 5-gallon tank is absolutely useless to me. I was like, what do you have that would be useful?
If any company, and I don't even care what size the pump is, if you send me a diaphragm pump, you're not going to like my review.
No, they're garbage. The only thing I would use a diaphragm pump for is maybe to run like brine shrimp hatchery or something. Like, that'd be about the extent of it. And when you don't like my review, guess what? I don't care. You can't. I'm not going to be bought. That's my thing, I guess.
Yeah, I can't be either. You know what gets me, and it's not just this hobby, okay? I'm really big into fishing and stuff too, is people will unbox and review stuff as soon as they get it. You know, hey.
How do you
use
review
this
it if you've
thing
never
for-
used it?
Right. Use this thing for 8 months and then talk to me about your review, you know?
Yeah, it was like, or an unboxing is not a review. You've had that thing on for 4 minutes. It was like, I'm not going to take anything of what you say and give it much
in
more.
unboxing. Like,
Oh,
it's
sure.
cool to see and all, but it's not a review.
Yeah,
No.
but don't be giving, this thing's really good when you haven't tried it yet.
I was like, when it runs for a few years, I'm like, all right. And if you're going to do an unboxing, like I did an unboxing and a setup of that cheap little surface skimmer, like 6 months later, I went back and I'm like, all right, this is my long-term thoughts on it. And in a year and a half, I'll probably go back and do it again. Be like, hey, this thing either made it and sure it was worth $15, or this thing still sucks. I don't know. Just people, I don't know. People, despite whatever intentions they have, when you get stuff for free, like as humans, we like to get stuff for free. And if we can do something to keep getting it for free, we're going to do that. and it just skews your judgment completely.
I don't know. If I'm gonna get stuff for free, give me stuff that I'm gonna use. You know.
Right? Give me something I actually want. Whatever.
You know, I'm not trying to say anything, but a small, I'm going back to the pump thing, but you know, I have no use for any kind of pump. You know, I've got the linear piston and the air ring going around. You know, I got air for everything. So
Right.
you know, it's not something I need, and it's, you know, I'm going to recommend. My recommendation for everyone is buy the biggest linear piston pump you can afford.
Oh, I agree. Like I said, I have the 45 because I got it from a buddy that I bought his full fish room. So I run my stuff with the 45, and now I'm like, okay, well, it might not be enough for me. So I'm looking at the 60, and if you compare the price of the 60 to the 80, like, you might as well spend the extra money.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to stink a little bit, but you might as well. So I don't know. I'm very just against. Is there some cheap equipment that you can skimp out on a little bit and get by? Sure, but I'm very against cheap equipment in general.
Not your
you
air
guys know
pump.
that.
If you're running an air-driven fish room, that's the heartbeat of your fish room. You know, that's not.
Yeah, I was like, you could lose thousands of dollars in a matter of hours because you cheaped out on an air pump.
Right.
Cordulin asked, is there a smaller linear piston pump for those of us with less than 5 tanks? He runs a fluidized bed.
I do believe Gemco has a 20, a little bitty guy. I think that's kind of the same one the co-op sells, kind of, sort of. I know the one the co-op sells isn't very big.
No, the co-op one is, if you look it up, it's actually designed for septic tanks.
Oh,
I mean, they're all probably the same thing. Yeah. If you look up the brand of the one that co-op says, it's like 4 septic systems. But I mean, an air pump's an air pump.
Yeah.
Pretty much only sees piston pumps that are $80 to $300. Doesn't really know what's what. I don't know. A linear piston pump is going to last a lot longer than a diaphragm pump, and it's easier to maintain.
I've taken the filter out twice and cleaned it, and I've had this thing running for years and years.
Yeah, I don't know. So the guy that I bought my pump from, he labels it on the side whenever he swaps the filter out, and it says filter clean. The oldest one is 12/1 of 2015, so it is at least 7 years old. I'm assuming 8 years old because it looks like he cleans it once a year. And he never did any maintenance to it, and it's run every day since then. So, I don't know, take it for what it's worth.
I still recommend going bigger because Gemco will sell you all the stuff you need, and they'll tell you exactly how to bleed air off. They have silencer. They have the silencer, so you're not going to hear air hissing. They have the control valve. They sell it as a kit. Yeah, I mean, it's always better to have more air than you need than the other way around.
Right. So anytime somebody asks for suggestions on like an air pump, there's 2 brands that come to mind, and that's Gemco or Alita. I mean, they're both going to be a little bit of money. So Alita has an AL6, which is, I'm assuming, probably 6 liters an hour. It's $105, 13 watts, 10 liters per minute at 1.4 psi. So Alita's good stuff. What's that, Terry?
Do not move tanks with substrate and water in them, folks.
They're heavy.
Yeah, they're heavy, and it's a good way to break.
Did you break one?
No.
Oh. Well, I just overflowed 2 gallons of water.
Again?
This is one of those do as I say, not as I do situations.
Right. Hey, Mike, I'm really good at overfilling tanks, in case you didn't notice, okay? Especially when Shanna's
I
around.
think I'm getting that.
But we talked about this. Overfilling
It's
tanks
my
is the
fault.
secret to getting fish to spawn. It's science.
It is. It's a good luck charm. It stimulates hormones stuff. Yeah.
Talking about air pumps and stuff. Brian said he runs a drop with an air stone to bleed his off. So this is what I do. So I've got, let me see, turn the camera on. So I've got my deal that goes all around. Let me get a rubber ladder. Oh. I've got a valve, and I use a piece of coarse foam, and it's basically just an exhaust here. Drill the piece in the PCVC, and then just use the foam as a silencer. And I can open it up, or I can close it down, and dead silent. Like, I can't hear the pump, I can't hear the exhaust. So this is what I use for a silencer setup. Easy enough, couple bucks. The most expensive part's the valve.
Silencer. There.
Yep, that's all it is. Nothing crazy.
Can you guys see that?
Hold on.
Can
We'll make
you
it
make
bigger.
it big? Oh, yeah.
Hold on, Shanna.
Do it.
And you can buy that at Gemco. And these manifolds, these pre-drilled manifolds.
Oh, you broke it.
Don't unplug your camera. Hold on. There, you come back.
Not yet. We're waiting.
Start camera. Ah, there we go.
Oh boy.
So down there at that end is the silencer, and right over there is the air pump. That's an 80, and you can't hear it at all in this room.
No, not at all. It's perfect. Peplin said he's about to add another LPH 80 to his stuff. So,
I still got to finish the ring, man. This thing's not. I don't have a complete ring going right now.
yeah. I've got a square all the. Yep, Cordula and I run so I've got mine in a loop. It's a square all the way around, and I've got the. I don't know, not that makes difference, but I've got the exhaust or the relief valve all the way at the opposite end from the pump.
Yeah, always run it in a loop because it balances the pressure between the different legs.
Yeah, you don't want to run like a run or a single line.
Yeah, because then you get where you're constantly messing with the valves.
Yeah. Silver Creek said he came here for a stream and ended up learning a valuable lesson. Well, I'm not sure what valuable lesson you learned, Silver Creek, but I'm glad you learned something. That's kind of the point here. That's what we try to do here on this channel. We try to help people learn stuff. Whether it works is debatable. Sometimes it does. Other times I'm like, we almost went the team to try this route, but that's okay. Craig sleeps beside his air pump. So I cannot hear my pump at all. It's up in the ceiling. But I mean, it's not surrounded by anything, and I can't hear it.
I almost turned the Python on without having the valve closed on it.
Whoops, that'll happen sometimes.
It's always fun when it's laying on the floor.
I will say, though, I think last time I streamed with Shanna, I put probably 5 gallons of water on the floor, and today I think we're only at 2.5.
So you're halfway there.
We're making progress. Things are getting better. I mean, the floor was dirty anyway. I'll be honest; it needed cleaned. So, benefits of a floor drain, I suppose. If you spill, it's whatever. Don't care. I do need, while I'm down here, I'm kind of at a standstill. I'm waiting for more water, for water changes. But while we're here, I need to start another batch of brine shrimps because I didn't do that. I need to set up more hatcheries. I usually run 2. I've only been running 1 lately, and it's not sufficient.
Yeah, I run 2.
I run 3 or 4.
Well, I wasn't going through as much brine, but I've got probably 100 of the Chilathrina alani juvies right now, and I would love to be able to mass those guys out before and after they eat, because they will straight up gorge themselves on brine shrimp. Like, they don't. If you keep putting brine shrimp in the tank, they'll keep eating it. They don't stop.
I know it, man. You should see the bellies of the fry, man. They're all balloon bellied up with bright orange bellies.
They've got to double, and like their mass has to double whenever they eat, because they eat that much brine.
It's crazy, man.
Like, I don't know how they do it. You want to talk about stretch marks?
They
Those guys
go
got to end
into
up.
my guppy fry go into a food coma afterwards too. You know, I'll be just like real lazy towards the surface with these great big huge bellies.
Oh yeah. It's Glitch is checking in with Team Detritus. She knows what's up.
Gotta love Glitch, man.
She's a lot of fun. We're glad she's around. Oh. Now, Terry, what salt do you use for your brine shrimp? You just use softener salt?
I no. I use the cheap
Instant Ocean?
Yes.
That's what I use too.
I use the C mix, not the reef. The cheaper
Yeah,
stuff.
I get way better hatches using Instant Ocean than using like rock salt or anything else.
And I pre-mix my hatchery setup. I got 2 running, 2 gurgling now, and then later tonight. So there's the hatchery setup with 1 ready to go, and then I always have like 4 to 5 gallons of pre-mixed salt water.
Okay.
So when I'm ready for work or whatever, or getting ready for work, I can harvest the oldest batch, get those fed, get the container clean, and I don't have to worry about mixing anything. I just pour more water in it and add the eggs and go.
Yeah.
It's quickest way I found to do it.
Yeah, I should pre-mix salt water. I don't. I just throw 2 tablespoons in about a liter and call it good. But
yeah, you don't have to. I'm not saying you
no.
have to. It's just
no, not at all.
Just one less step, when you're trying to work and.
It's about.
I'm gonna go fill up water jugs. I'll be right back.
All right, Jen. Once you get more and more tanks running, it's about efficiency, really. Like, how efficient can you make your processes without cutting corners to still get the job done and do it well? But
so, Mike, remember we were talking about those cheap little auto top-off units, and you were asking how much head pressure the pumps would go?
Oh, yeah, yep.
So this tank is 56.5 inches tall to the top, and the pump has no trouble whatsoever.
Really? It's not too bad then.
Yeah, so almost 5 feet right there on those little tiny pumps.
Facebook is a terrible, terrible place, I'll be honest. But I end up getting sucked into the trap often. And I saw there's a thread the other day. Somebody was asking about increasing water movement in their tank or something. And somebody said they need to get a pump. And like, well, how do you know I know what size pump to get? And then somebody suggested a pump, and they said, "Oh, it's good. It'll pump 6 feet. So if you have a 6 foot long tank, it'll pump all the way across it." I was like, "Oh!" I was like, "Wait a minute, hold on." I was like, "That's not how this works." I was like, "That's 6 feet of head pressure." I was like, "That doesn't mean it'll move water 6 feet left to right." I was like, "The head pressure is completely different." So we kind of tried. I mean, I'm not a physicist or into fluid dynamics or anything, but it's like, head pressure with regards to pumps is drastically different than what we're trying to do here. It's like, bear with me. I was like, a pump is rated for how high, like it can pump vertically, not how far across a tank it'll move water. So I was trying to do some teaching. I don't know if they were picking up what I was putting down. I made the attempts.
You're just kind of a glutton for punishment, aren't you?
The actual distance will change depending on the size of the line it's trying.
Yeah.
You know, how much water it's trying to force up. You know what I mean? If the pump's trying to do a 2-inch line up 4 feet, it's going to work harder than if
it's not going to work.
Line going up 4 feet.
Right. Yeah. So Brennan's here. What's up, Brennan? Thanks for stopping by. Cordulin said, "It's gonna work. Stupid." Honestly, you could set up an automated brine shrimp hatchery with an ATO and like an ATO feeder for the dosing of the salt. I don't know. I'd rather just dump the cultures and by hand and rinse them out and make them. I mean, you could probably set up like this perpetuating brine shrimp hatchery. But for the $5 I have into my hatchery, I'll deal with it.
The pump you guys were referring to, was that like a return pump from your mixing barrel, or
for the ATO? It's just a little 12 volt.
Oh, your auto top off.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm just a little guy.
Very tiny little guys. But with the,
I was surprised. There's a lot of ATO systems out there now, like little guys.
Yeah, and they work fine. I mean, you don't need a 2-inch hose to top off your water.
So I need to set up. I don't run lids on the 125 upstairs. So I do weekly water changes, but by day 7, if I don't top it off myself in between, it gets a little noisy. Because I bet, especially in the winter, I lose, I don't know, 2 to 3 inches of water a week, which in a 125, that's probably the equivalent of about 10 gallons, if I had to guess off the top of my head. So it's substantial.
Yeah, my evaporation increases dramatically through the winter months.
Oh, it's painful. It's painful. I'm pretty sad. I'm about to use the last of this bottle of Prime, and this bottle of Prime is so old that the white plastic is no longer white. It is a distinct, almost yellow color. Still works just fine. It smells all the same. So Colin emailed me. Colin from Nylock G that makes Thrive and the Dryford, the personal lights I use, whatever. He's working with some chemists, I guess, on developing a Prime-like dechlorinator additive that doesn't smell. So I don't know what chemical he's using, but he's looking for people to test it. It's like, I don't know how you test it unless you were testing for ammonia, chlorine, and chloramine specifically.
The powdered stuff doesn't smell, so I use ACCR.
Safe?
Same thing as Safe, yeah. ACCR,
okay.
The dry ammonia, chlorine, chloramine.
Now, a lot of the times I'll see people, when we talk about dechlorinators, a lot of people recommend, it's like, oh, you guys are wasting money. You need to use sodium thiosulfate. I was like, sure, that's great. If all that's in your water is chlorine, like as soon as you start putting chloramine in water, then your sodium thiosulfate isn't doing jack crap.
ACCR doesn't smell terrible either.
I mean, I could use Safe in this room, but some of the tanks are so small, I'd have to get out a gram scale. I'm not about to do that.
No, that's
I use it.
I pre-mix one of those Rubbermaid Brute containers.
Yeah.
That way I can just top off the smaller tanks.
I use those little micro-dosing spoons, similar to the ones that Nylock sells.
Okay.
So when I'm doing my nano tanks, I fill up the kitty litter buckets there, and I use a pinch basically.
Yeah. Cordulin said they add a gallon daily to a 20 show tank with a 10-gallon sump. Yeah, that's a lot. And when you start looking at, maybe some species that are more, susceptible to TDS swings, I guess, because as you're evaporating the water, whatever's in that water is becoming more concentrated as the water evaporates out. So an ATO keeps things a little more streamlined. So, I mean, if you're doing a gallon a day, like that's pretty substantial.
Yeah. Have you ever had the opportunity to put a TDS meter on those people? Like, I never do a water change, man. I just top off.
What are you
I don't
doing?
want to know.
Like a cat.
The tank's 2 years old.
I don't want to know. God, we were talking about that in a stream the other day.
Plecos?
You can actually see the plecos right now, Geek?
Nope, that's all I see of those plecos. That right there.
Mandy said she uses ACCR for her shrimp.
Cat, stop it. You want to see a monster that wants to chew up everything?
Cat.
Yep.
Oh, I get it. We've got 3 dogs, and I've lost more fish food to the dogs snooping around than I'll ever lose to fish. One of the reasons I keep...
I've had, up until recently, I've had dogs in all my fish rooms, and I don't know if I've ever had one actually eat fish food.
Oh, my greyhound is the worst, I'll be honest. He'll, like, anything, any kind of plastic bag he has deemed is worth tearing into to see if maybe there's food inside it. To include wrapped Christmas presents, apparently, because we had some Christmas presents for the kid under the tree the other day. I came home from work and there was a present, just like all the wrapping paper was torn off. I was like, okay, cool. So you just think that anything that you can tear into is worth tearing into to see if there was food. But
Our last cat would eat algae wafers because in the foil wrapper he thought it was his cat treats that was also in a foil bag. So as soon as I open it, he'd start pestering me for treats.
Ricky said his dog got into rapashi. I was making rapashi upstairs the other day, and I made the mistake of doing it right before my wife got home. So of course the house smelled terrible, and she was less than surprised. Apparently, she tried to microwave like a snack or something right after I had made rapashi, and she's like, "Thanks for making my snack taste like shrimp."
Nice.
I was like, so I got in trouble for that one a little bit. She was not very happy at all.
My wife was pretty adamant about no fish foods in the refrigerator. So early on in our relationship, I got the beer fridge in the basement. So, that kind of thing.
I've got a refrigerator, so my beer refrigerator is shared with my fish food. So they live in the same place, which is fine by me. Whatever, I don't care. But apparently I might need to buy a microwave soon to make rapashi in, because I made the mistake of making some right before the wife got home.
Just buy her a nice shiny new one, and then take that one and take it downstairs.
Mandy said her dog puked up a pile of beef heart that was for her discus. Oops. Now there used to be some diehards that would argue against feeding beef heart to their discus because it was terrestrial protein. I was like, your fish doesn't care.
It doesn't really matter. I get the concept that, yeah, okay. When does a discus get a chance to eat a cow? Yeah, I get it, but protein's protein. And
I mean, if you're gonna bitch about feeding discus beef heart, then you need to bitch about feeding flakes to any fish, because a lot of its fish meal is gonna be random bits and pieces of cod and whatever crap they can put together to feed your fish. So Cordelian asked if I don't use boiling water to make my rapashi. I just microwave it. I take like a glass cup of water and I just microwave it until it boils, and I mix it together. So
I do the exact same thing. On a rare occasion, I mix that mess.
I mean, I like rapashi. It's a little bit tougher to feed. It's a little more work, but I think it's worth the money. Silver Creek said, terrestrial animals cross rivers and die. Guess what eats them? You bet. I don't know. Actually, so I noticed the other day that, and maybe he's had it for a while, but Ken's Fish has flakes with soldier fly larvae and stuff now, because I use a lot of his foods. So they're cheap and they're good enough. But he has a lot more. He has like a cricket and grasshopper flake, soldier fly flake, just some different stuff. So that's kind of neat to see.
There's one of the favorite foods I used to use back when I was in my monster fish phase for growing out baby monster fish was crickets.
Yep.
You gut load a cricket, and believe it or not, crickets will eat flake food, just regular flake fish food.
Oh yeah.
So gut load them with that, and then feed them to
Yep.
your. Fish love the hell out of crickets, man, and they like chasing them around the surface too.
So when I had my frogs in the paludarium, I cultured a lot of Drosophila, so wingless fruit flies, basically. I had Melanogaster and Heidii, which you can't really tell the difference between. But I fed them to the fish, and they ate them fine. I mean, it's a pretty natural food source for them.
Get, stupid cat.
Mandy said she stopped feeding beef heart when she found some higher protein stuff. Higher protein's not always better. There was a study a while ago that Pam Chin did. What was it? I think it was New Life Spectrum, NLS pellets. This was a while ago. But the study that she did suggested that NLS was specifically targeted. The formula she used was specifically targeted to feed cichlids, which she's big into Main Lake African cichlids. But due to the high protein content, they were seeing like premature liver failure. So higher protein's not always better.
See, that's the thing, man. You can't have a food that's just for African cichlids. Because
variety is the best thing you can do.
Right. Because if you run a mixed African tank, you're mixing fish that normally in the lake would probably not be schooling together. You know, if you've got peacocks mixed with an mbuna, they in the wild they very seldom even encounter each other, and they have entirely different feeding habits. You know, a peacock cichlid has got pores in its jaw, in its lower jaw. That's how it got its scientific name, Alunacara, which means flute face. And
really?
They cruise around the sand looking for crustaceans and, stuff like that. They're a predator, so they're going to require a higher protein content, whereas most of your mbuna, they're all classified by their teeth and how they scrape algae. And that's their primary diet. They're primarily herbivores with the occasional insect mixed in with the algae, but some algae can produce some pretty good rates of protein too. But so if you're feeding just one food to a mixed African cichlid tank or Rift Lake African cichlid tank, you're kind of missing the point. It's got to be a little bit of both.
Yeah. So Fish Fam Christmas is here. Welcome, Fish Fam Christmas. Thanks for stopping by. Looks like June from Only Oscars is back. She feed bugs to her fish and turtles. That's awesome. Cordulin asked if Ken's Fish makes soldier fly flakes, and they do. So I hadn't seen this until a couple weeks ago, but they do make soldier fly. They've got a soldier fly formula. Like I said, they have a cricket and grasshopper formula, and they have one more that's heavily geared towards more like your insects type stuff. So, I mean, if you look at one of the questions in the 12 Days of Christmas contest that I posted yesterday was about the diet of the L264 Sultan Plecostomus. And I'll give away the answers. Everyone that's going to answer is probably answered. But they're an omnivore that actually appreciates a lot of protein as well. Meaty protein like krill and stuff. So a lot of if you listen to,
that's one of the few plecos I've actually bred.
264s.
Yeah,
that's not one that's super easy to breed either. So
actually, it was.
At least you don't see it very often. I think it might be just because you don't. The fish isn't readily available very often.
I was fortunate enough to purchase a breeding group that was already established from someone. So basically, all I did was throw
Oh,
them in a tank, and they bred for me.
You know, that's one
that's
thing.
like cheating.
That
I
is cheating.
was Shanna's back. I was reading an article a discussion the other day about like HAP at BAP, like the Breeders' Award program, and there was somebody said they were a part of one club and they had a Breeders' Award program. Which, if you're not familiar with BAP or the Breeders' Award program, a lot of clubs will set up BAP, and basically what happens is you breed a fish, you donate so many fish to the club auction to auction off, and you get a certain amount of points, and you eventually get points, and you reach advanced breeder, expert breeder, master breeder, whatever. They're all kind of bullshit titles if you ask me, but whatever.
Hey,
But what if you buy so we'll say that Terry bred his 264s, and then he sells the group to me. Well, they're already breeding. I'm like, oh wow, I put them in my tank and they spawned. Well, now I get the points for it too.
correct. And,
Yeah,
So plus-
I get that.
I 100% agree with where you're coming from. But I mean, you still have to do the work. You still have to breed them. You still have to raise the fry to a reasonable size, and you have to write a report. And you can't you don't just here's the fish. You
Right.
got to write a report, tell them what conditions you had them in, blah blah blah, yada
Yeah.
yada yada.
So I mean, it's one of those things like how much work did you do versus the person that you like. If you buy a proven group from somebody, I'm like, they kind of did most of the work for you. They bought the group, they grew them out, they sexed them, they kind of made most of the magic happen. You just have to put them in the right environment.
And believe it or not, that happens, especially in the cichlid categories, man. In the cichlid categories, guys are swapping breeding groups all the time,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, then of course you get into, and it depends. Each club has different rules, but do you count different color morphs of certain fish or different locations of the same technical species, and where does that come into play? And then
see, here's the thing, though. In most of those situations, you have to go with different groups. You can only have so many. Say you can only have so many Rift Lake cichlids. You can breed all you want, but you're going to stop accumulating points because only so many of that can be from that particular group.
Right. Yeah. And you see the same thing with
your local club, but they'll have like group 1, group 2, group 3, and they're all different. And
you'll see that with HAP programs too. So the planted side of things, where you break it down into, you can only do so many stem plants, or you can only do so many rosette plants that count towards each level of whatever. But generally speaking, a lot of the HAP of BAP programs, I think it's a great idea. And it encourages people to do stuff, but it's, for the most part, most of those systems are extremely easy to exploit.
I struggled, I did get my certificate, but I struggled with the egg scatterers.
They're tough. Egg scatterers are tough in general.
I had to practice and start with zebra danios and work my way up from there. And that was a case where I wasn't buying groups from people. It was literally buying the fish, growing them out, getting them, egg laden, and harvesting the eggs and feeding the fry. And I worked up. I did a couple different species of rainbow fish, and that's when I learned rainbow fish suck ass.
Say egg scatters
are eternity.
Egg scatters are probably one of the tougher types of fish to spawn and successfully raise up, if you ask me. I mean, there's some very unique spawning strategies out there that some fish employ, but scatters are kind of tough.
They are.
A lot of times you're like,
so small.
Oh yeah. I've got a buddy that's big into killifish. Speaking of interesting spawning strategies, and in order to get a couple species of killifish to spawn, I can't remember the species name, but this specific group of killifish spawns in crevices and cracks. So what he did was he took like craft mesh, like the plastic craft mesh, and he'd take a spawning mop, wrap the craft mesh into a cylinder, shove the spawning mop inside, and then the killies would spawn into that craft mesh because there'd be those little holes and crevices and cracks.
Oh.
So kind of an interesting strategy. But Cordulin asked, Corey's are scatterers too, right? I don't know, kind of. I'd consider Corey's more of a substrate spawner, where they spawn on a specific substrate, whether that's a plant leaf or glass. But I mean, when I think of scatterers, I think of barbs, Danios, tetras that literally just spawn everywhere. They just drop an egg here, they drop an egg there, and they drop an egg here. And if you're interested,
when you set your Python down, because you just want to talk online instead of continuing doing what you're doing, it helps if you turn the sync off.
Well,
there's that.
Where's the fun in that?
I was like,
but
where is that water noise coming from?
Whoops.
I thought it was one of you guys.
Oh, nope. I don't have any water moving right now, thankfully. I've spilled enough. I've hit my quota for the day. I'm giving it a break for the moment.
Mike, if it makes you feel better, I spilled like a gallon on the floor with my siphon because the end of it popped out of the bucket.
That makes me feel much better.
Good.
I feel much better now.
I splashed some water.
I wonder how Jeffro's been.
He stopped in a stream the other night when I was streaming.
Really?
Surprisingly enough, yeah, I was shocked. Him and Phoebe have been ever since they had what's their little girl's name? I can't remember now. Ever since they had their little girl, they've been pretty busy.
He always did his streams while he would be doing water changes. And it was always kind of fun to try to distract him.
Oh yeah,
that's so mean.
Shanna's pretty good at it.
I'm a master.
Shanna says that. Shanna says that's mean as she's every. I think I can pretty much usually count on Shanna joining a stream whenever I'm doing water changes, which means that the probability of me overflowing a tank is about 100%.
Yep. Everybody's got to be good at something, man.
But guess what? That means that there's a probability of 100% that one of my fish is going to spawn. So
exactly.
That's okay. I just grabbed some Rapashi out of the beer fridge to feed some of these hungry bastards. And I'll tell you what, I don't know if I've ever seen fish attack a food so fast as my Chilathrina alani attack Rapashi. Like, they are aggressive about it. I mean, rainbow fish in general are aggressive eaters, but these guys, like, the Rapashi doesn't even hit the water, and they're fighting over it. This is, I've got Community Plus that I'm giving all the tanks right now, and then I've got some shrimp souffle and some spawn and grow that I feed occasionally too. Actually, some people that, so the Rapashi, they make a lot of gel foods for reptiles and herps too. So I mean, you could mix that up and feed it. It's basically insect based. You could feed it to your fish as well.
Harry, I think you need to use Rapashi for fishing bait.
Fishing bait? That'd be expensive bait.
Yes.
Maybe if you catch a prize fish, it wouldn't be so expensive, though.
I mean,
it would probably fall under live bait.
So off topic, Terry, do you ever fish with glide baits or like really big swim baits?
Not well. I mostly fish tournaments anymore, so no, but I have.
Yeah, I've got a buddy. He'll take his GoPro with him whenever he fishes, and he was fishing with like some $40 glide bait or this great big swim bait. I don't know.
Oh,
and
sure.
His GoPro caught him diving off the boat to swim down into a tree to get this lure out of a tree. Because I mean, it's $30. He's like, That's pretty like I'll spend. I think the most I've spent on any lure is like $12.
If you get into musky fishing, which I did for quite a few years, you can get into some very expensive baits. I've got some lures that cost me a couple $100.
For musky stuff.
Yeah,
Yikes! I've never caught a muskie. I'll be honest.
I just for $249. They're a lot of fun.
Yeah. So I'm usually a sucker. God,
And
like every time I go to a store, I'm like, oh, here's the clearance bin, and then they've got soft plastics. I'm like, oh, it's only $1 a bag or $2 a bag. I'm like, I have so many stupid soft plastics that I'll probably never use because I use like the same 3 or 4 ever. Like I either use a Senko or like an Innovation Reactions, like a double wide. But I have bags and bags of plastics because I was like, oh, it's only a couple bucks.
I've got friends in the tournament world that you go into their garage and you can't walk around the boat because of all the packages of soft plastics everywhere.
Oh, I believe it. I am a culprit.
I'm gonna drop down, guys. I'm pretty much done with what I can do on stream.
All right, man. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Yep.
I should get out of your hair too.
All right, Shanna. We'll see ya.
I'll be down in chat. Bye.
See you, Shanna. No, I'm a sucker for. I'm like, oh, these crankbaits are on sale for $2. It's like, I better buy some.
I've gotten to the point where I am very disciplined. I know that I find a soft plastic that I want, and I don't use soft plastics a whole lot. Mostly, there'll be a trailer for something else.
Mm-hmm.
But I do, the typical Senko. Everybody's got to have that. You got to have that do nothing one.
Yeah.
Get those in 5 or 6 colors, and then you've got your do nothing bait. Then you need a trailer for your jigs. You need a crawfish type bait. I'm a big fan of the Berkeley. What are those things called?
Like a pit boss or?
No, just the old school Berkeley jigger cross.
Okay, yeah.
That's usually a trailer for my jigs. I use the man's. I forget what half these things are called, but I usually have a trailer on my chatterbaits. And that's about it. I don't really get into. Well, I do have other soft plastics. I got the Reaction Innovations. More of the top water, like the frog type.
Okay.
Stuff. A couple of the beavers. I don't do a whole lot of Carolina rigging, so I don't have any of the big soft plastics.
Yeah, I don't tie a Carolina rig ever. So for like a crawl bait, I'll use like a chigger crawl or speed crawl a lot. I'll use beaver baits a lot. So either like a pit boss or I like the Reactions Innovations, like the double wides or the kinky beavers.
Yeah, I've got a few of those. But again, I use them just as trailers. I don't use them as standalone baits.
Okay. I'll use them for Texas rigs a lot. So Senkos, I mean, it's hard to beat like the Yama Senkos, but even off brands, I mean, it's literally a stick bait that sits there. It's whatever.
I'm a power fisherman if I can. I mean, if I'm in a situation where I have to slow down, I will. But I much prefer just chunk and wine.
Yeah. So I'll throw a lot of square bills or spinners to find fish. Most of the time when I'm bass fishing anymore these days, I don't fish a lot of tournaments. I don't have a boat, so I have to rely on somebody else. But I'm fishing out of a kayak, so a lot of it's fairly slow to begin with.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's a lot of Texas rig craws, beaver baits. When I was in Texas, I actually threw a lot of big worms, like 10-inch, like power worms.
Absolutely. there are situations where that's what you got to do, but I prefer not to. My absolute favorite is to throw a buzz bait, but you know,
You're a buzzbait guy. If I could pick for the sake of fishing for fun, if I could pick one bait to fish for fun, it would be a zero spook.
ah man, those wear you out.
That is the most fun blow up I've ever had in my life. Frog fishing frustrates me because I'm not patient. I can't throw a frog. I like as soon as I see it blow up, I yank that thing right out of its mouth.
Yeah, I'm a good one at that too. Frog fishing, I am notorious of, if you're excited, it's first thing in the morning, you're happy to be out there, and those first couple blow ups, yeah, I don't even let the bass close his mouth around it before I set the hook.
Right.
It's a discipline learned thing that when you're using top water, to not set the hook till you feel the fish.
Yeah.
It's a learned thing. And
that's why I like the spook. I mean, I got 2, sometimes 3 treble hooks on there. Like as soon as it blows up, like I usually got a pretty good chance. So if I'm fishing top water, my go-to is a spook, and then I'll always have a weightless.
I use the live target frogs.
Headphones died.
Buzz baits. Believe it or not, you can use a spinner bait. I've got a good selection of quarter ounce spinner baits.
Okay.
And believe it or not, if I'm in a pad field, I can use a spinner bait as a combination spinner bait / topwater bait. Because they're so light.
Let's say, do you just burn it across the top?
You're kind of trying to work it through the pads, and then when you can't, you just pop it up on the pads and just pop it along the pads like anything else.
Yeah.
And then when it gets to a hole, you drop it down in, that blade will flash, and you'd be surprised.
Yeah. A lot of the times, I like to burn spinner baits a lot, but sometimes I'll get the hit if I just kill it for a second, just let it fall.
You lost one of your microphones. You got real quiet.
Can you hear me now, or not really? Let's see if I can fix it here.
The other one with your icons muted. Try
How's
it
that?
now.
How's that? Oh boy.
Oh, now you got an echo.
How about now?
Much better.
Better? All right. Anyway, so Shanna asked, she's trying to fatten her Achilles up. What's your favorite food to fatten Achilles for breathing?
Yeah, anything with a lot of protein in it.
The
only thing with rainbows is they need smaller foods. They can't be too chunky because most rainbows have a small throat?
They have tiny mouths and tiny throats. So a lot of times for rainbows, for the fry, green water is magic for if you're trying to grow out rainbow fish.
Oh, we're talking fry.
Well, Shanna's talking killifish right now. I'm just speaking in general for rainbows.
And killifish, it depends on the killie, but yeah, if we're talking fry, you got to go green water, infusoria, that kind of stuff.
She asked about frozen daphnia. I feed a lot of frozen bloodworms. I don't feed a lot of frozen daphnia.
Daphnia is about this. Daphnia is a little bigger than baby brine shrimp, depending on what brand you're using.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just depends on the size of the fish.
So
one of the products I like to use is what they used to call golden pearls. Now they just call it GP diet. And you can get that in the smallest micron size. I mean, where it's microscopic all the way on up. And it's a powdered food, and it works really well. A lot of the breeders kind of swear by that stuff.
I feed a lot of golden pearls to my rainbow fish. Yeah, I feed the 5 to 50.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
and when people got to understand that's 5 to 50 microns, so that's pretty freaking tiny.
Yeah, it's super small, perfect for rainbows, and I like the fact that it either floats or suspends. It doesn't sink real quick.
No, it stays suspended in a water column for quite a while. The only thing I don't like about it is you got to refrigerate it.
The golden pearls.
Yeah. At least you're supposed to.
I mean, I don't refrigerate mine. I guess Echo should be gone now. Oh, come on, stop it! Quit. Uh-oh.
And for anybody that wants to know, you can get the golden pearls through Brine Shrimp Direct. They have a website.
I get my golden pearls from Ken's Fish. Well, at least that was last time. It's been a while since I ordered any, but they last forever though. Like seriously.
Yeah, when you're feeding fry, you're not feeding very much.
Yeah. So Ken's Fish, the golden pearls, 5 to 50. I think I have a half-pound bag, and that's
wow,
$11.
that's a lot.
That's $11.
And it doesn't say keep refrigerated?
Let me look. Doesn't specifically say on the Ken's Fish website, but I mean, so the benefit of golden pearls, there are little air pockets in it because of the way that it's made. So it helps it float longer and suspend. And if you're familiar with fry, fry like to stay at the surface. They're attracted to the light, so they'll stay up by the light. They'll stay up by the surface where they can find little bits and pieces of bugs and whatever. So those golden pearls stay in the feeding zone longer.
I had to go up and get mine. Golden pearl reef, different formula because it is for reef as well. This is the 300 to 500 size. And it doesn't look like it says it on the label.
I can't. Mine's so old that I can't read the label anymore. Like the writing is just worn off.
Best if used within 6 months of purchase.
Well, I think mine are about 5 years old. So whatever. Cordo Doolin and Silver Creek are talking to Shanna about foods for Achilles still. Live foods are definitely going to be the way to go. Live foods that I recommend. Vinegar eels are probably the easiest live food culture you can keep on the face of the planet.
Yeah, they are. You
literally don't do anything to them. They sit and they just do their thing.
They're pretty easy to harvest too.
Yep. Micro worms are a good one. So let me turn my camera on for a second. So what I do for vinegar eels is I'll take a bottle and then you put your apple cider vinegar, maybe a chunk of apple in the bottom, fill it up with some water, and then I use a cotton ball and it'll fill just the neck of the bottle just enough, and you punch it down, and then the vinegar eels will work their way through it up to the top to get to the air, and then you just pull it out and then you just swish it around in some water, and that's how I harvest them.
You're killing me, man.
What's that?
I'm on the wagon, man.
So that's how I harvest them. Other foods, microworms. Microworms are a good culture, but they can start to smell really. They go sour and it gets bad. So white worms can be hit and miss. It depends on how cool or warm you keep them. So I don't have a white worm culture running right now, but I had a strain that was good at about 72 degrees. Most of them like to keep it a little bit cooler. Silver Creek said it's just apple juice, have some coffee.
Yeah, they don't name apple juice stout. There's no such thing as stout apple juice. I know, trust me.
This is Moly Milk Stout from Left Hand, which is brewed in Longmont, which is up by Geek Boy. Coeur d'Alene said Grindle worms over white worms. Vinegar eels are great. Black worms can live in your substrate. I've never tried to culture black worms. I think it involves a lot of water changes though, so I've never tried it much. I don't know. Black worms are great for cories. If you want to spawn cories, get live black worms. That's what I'll say. So, if you want to feed flakes, like I think Ken's Fish has a flake food containing just about everything. They have black worm flake, multi-worm flake, bloodworm flake, you name it. They probably freaking have a flake or a pellet that has it, and it's cheap. It's not like garbage food. I mean, I've been breeding a gazillion fish with it for years, but they got a lot of options. Silver Creek said he wants to start grindle worms and white worms, doesn't know where to get them from. The best source, here, I'll find him quick. Paul Pier. He's the fish guy. I think his website. Let me see if I can find it. He is. There's actually, if you're on FaceSpace, which I know a lot of people are, a lot of people aren't. There's a group called Live Food Cultures that you can use. But Paul Pier is the kind of go-to guy to get some live foods from if you're interested. He does post stuff on Aquabid. Find it. Live foods somewhere.
Every micro worm, white worm, whatever worm culture I've ever tried, I'm too lazy. I've destroyed every culture I've ever had, so I don't even
Really?
try. Vinegar eels I like because you kind of can't screw them up. You know, you can leave them for a really long time, and there'll still be some swimming around in there.
Oh yeah, undoubtedly. So here's a link to the Fish Guy's place. That dude's name is Paul Pier. He posts on Aquabit occasionally. He has all kinds of different options: microworms, banana worms, Walter, vinegar eels. He sells kits to get them started. He'll sell big cultures if you want. All kinds of options. So if you're interested, if you're trying to source something, he's kind of the go-to. Coeur d'Alene's talking about keeping blackworm cultures. Blackworms are expensive. Like of all the live foods, blackworms might be the most expensive food on the face of the planet. They're super awesome, but they're expensive. I think anybody seriously breeding cories is feeding live blackworms. Silver Creek avoids Facebook like the plague. I don't blame you. There's the amount of idiocy on Facebook is painful, and I'm a sucker, so I fall for it a lot and like sit and start correcting people. I've been kicked out of more groups for correcting people and
You
telling
have
them they're
no idea.
dumb. I'm banned from so many Facebook fish groups because I'm like, that is just shit advice. Like that is terrible. Like, well, you need to be nice to people even if they're wrong. I was like, no, if you're wrong, I'm going to tell you you're wrong, and I'm going to tell you you're an idiot. Quit spreading shit advice. So Vivi's a thing. I don't know. Silver Creek mentioned Vivi. Vivi's like Aquabit on steroids, I think. I know Alex from Secret History has been plugging Vivi hard. I don't know. It seems like a good concept. It's we'll see how it plays out. Supposedly, you're supposed to be able to basically post a profile of the different tanks you have, and then people can buy stuff out of your tanks. But we'll see if it catches on or not. The turmoils of social media. Yeah, I don't know. I've cut down on social media a ton. Facebook is an absolute disaster. YouTube is tough. there's some really popular creators that produce and spread some really, really bad information, which is unfortunate. And I thought one of them was pretty much gone for a while, and unfortunately, I saw him live stream the other day. I'm like, damn it, he's still alive.
I'm gonna stay out of that one.
I don't blame you.
I know exactly what you mean, and I'm particularly doing some research on a video I want to do because I haven't done any edited content in forever. And I got a project I'm working on, and I'm doing my research, and I'm already pretty well versed on the subject. And so I was watching some other videos, and just trying to see what I can do differently, and what's missing in some of these videos. And I came across 3 that I was like, that's a blatant lie. I mean, it's blatantly not true. And it just, again, I'm with you. I don't want to call anybody out, but it's like, doggone, man.
Oh,
At
I have
least,
no problem calling people out. I'm not here
at
to make
least,
money. I'm not here to be popular. Like, if you're spreading bullshit, I'm like, hey, this is bullshit. And that's probably why I'm not more popular. But I don't care. I'm not here to. I've made a lot of good friends, but I'm not here to suck up to people just because they're popular. Silver Creek City watches Fish Fam and music on YouTube, along with some JRE and Russell Brand on occasion. I don't know what JRE is. I'll be honest. Call people out. That's like, we need to hold it. And I did a stream on this forever ago. Hold each other accountable. Like, don't let people spew bullshit just for the sake of popularity. Like, if somebody's doing something stupid, like, hey, this is dumb. Like, don't do that. It's not like, it may work for them to gain popularity to make a buck. But if it's not conducive to like progress in the hobby, like, hey, come on, man. And if I do something like that, I would hope that somebody that watches me would be like, hey, cut the crap. Like, figure your life out. Oh, Joe Rogan. I don't listen to a lot of Joe Rogan. I've listened to a few. Like, I enjoy it, but I go in phases. Rock the boat. That's right. Cordulan says, rock the boat. I'm all about rocking the boat. I don't feel bad rocking the boat. I will cause so many waves.
I don't cause a lot of waves. I'll just quit listening to somebody, when once I reach that bullshit limit, I'm like, all right, I've had enough. And I just tune out.
Usually I find my bullshit, like the peak bullshit, I can accept in the first 3 to 5 minutes of a video. Like, man, it's not even the shortest attention span. Like, if I can figure you out in the first 3 to 5 minutes, it's just not going to go well.
My biggest pet peeve are the hardliners, the all right, this is the way I do it. It's the only way to do it. This is the way you have to do it. And that just, oh, God, I just get so fed up with that kind of message.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely right ways and wrong ways to do it. I don't think there's ever one way and like a hard line, like you said. But maybe I'm playing devil's advocate here. I don't know. But I was in a stream the other day, just listening. I wasn't talking. I wasn't chatting. Nothing. And somebody said, "Well, there's a lot of right ways to do it, and there's no wrong way." I was like, "That's bullshit. There are wrong
No,
ways to do
there's definitely wrong ways to do things. Don't get me wrong. I mean, there are a few hard truths in this hobby. Chlorine kills fish. You got to
Right.
give them, clean, healthy water. There are some hard truths, but that basically I'm just getting at those people that they do things one certain way, and that's the absolute only way to do something.
Oh yeah.
In
No, I
fact,
agree.
there's so many different other ways.
I agree completely. Silver Creek said, "If you're gonna be the type of person that calls someone out, you better be able to take being called out as well." And I hope I'm that person, Silver Creek. Like, I hope I can call somebody out on my bullshit, on their bullshit. But if I do something like, hey, be like, hey, you're wrong, fix it. But if you're gonna tell me I'm wrong, you better back it up because generally speaking, when I take a side, I can probably provide a lot of information regarding whatever I'm talking about. And I'm not trying to be arrogant. I'm sure that sounds cocky, but uh, I approach things with a very analytical mindset. Terry, I loved your stream about correlation is not causation.
Yeah,
I thought that
that's
was a great stream, and we need to approach things with an analytical mindset. You need to set your emotions aside, regardless of whatever it is. Take emotion out of it. Approach things with an analytical why type mindset, and figure out what's actually going on.
yeah. It gets really easy in this hobby to jump to conclusions. I did this and saw this, therefore it must be that.
Hmm.
And it may not be the case because there's so many other variables at play that you got to pay attention to what's actually going on for sure.
Oh yeah. So June asked a fishy question. When can the male bristlenose be taken away from the fry?
As soon as they hatch.
You can pull the eggs if you have a tumbler. They can be pulled as soon as they hatch. They can be pulled as soon as they have consumed the yolk sac. It's honestly up to you. So if you watch Tom from TM Aquatics, excuse me, Tom from TM Aquatics recently posted a video about pulling some L134 eggs, which is the leopard frog. So not an ancestors like the bristlenose, but same concept applies. And he pulls them basically right about the time the yolk sacs are consumed. So he lets the male, take care of them till they hatch out, and then gives them a couple days, and then he pulls them. So a lot of people pull them right away, like as soon as they leg. Like you can pull the eggs. You're gonna have to put them in a tumbler or something. I don't know. For the most part, most male bristlenoses are pretty good about keeping enough water movement over the eggs that you don't have to worry about pulling them as eggs and still get successful hatch rates. So, I mean, fish are usually pretty good at spawning. There's some, I think angelfish have been spawned domestically so often that they're really shitty parents. I was like, if I was in the business of raising angelfish to sell, I would probably pull every slate as soon as it was laid.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what I did. There's absolutely no if you're doing it for a business and you're not doing it to just watch the parents raise the fry. If you're doing it as a business, you pull that slate instantly.
I was like, as soon as they're laid, like pull it and start just running the hairstone over it. But I think, and I kind of, this was years ago. It's been a while now. We got onto this topic because a lot of peacock breeders, or like the mouth brooding cichlids, right? They'll they'll take like first spawn parents and they'll strip them right away. And I'm like, okay, if you're trying to maximize your hatch rate, sure. But I'm more of the type that I encourage you, for at least for the sake of observing the process, let the parents try to raise the fry the first few times. Like, don't just go stripping eggs right away. Like, the parents are never going to learn if you just strip them right away. They're just going to spawn again, and whatever happens, happens. I like to watch the process, and there's so many, and maybe obviously I'm a nerd about breeding fish. Whatever, it's fine. There's so many super interesting breeding strategies out there. Like, enjoy the fact that, like, observe the process, right? Like, observe the process a few times. Like, wow, this is pretty cool. Whether it's something simple like a live breeder, like live breeders, they're I don't know, their strategy is they give birth to live fry. That's not super cool. Whatever. But egg scatters, like, all right, that's a little more interesting. They just drop eggs wherever, and you can use marbles or egg crate to hatch them out. That's kind of interesting. And then you get into mouth breeders, like, oh, mouth breeders, like they spawn. The female holds the eggs in her mouth. They hatch out. She keeps all the fry in her mouth until they're literally too big, and then they scatter about. That's kind of cool. The killifish have a lot of really interesting spawning strategies. where the eggs literally dry out and then have to be incubated for weeks, months. I think there's a couple species that have been proven, the eggs have been proven viable for years. I can't remember the record, but it's something insane, like 15, 20 years almost. Does that ring a bell, Terry?
I believe you are correct. I know they can go an incredibly long time.
It's insane.
A lot of them, when they have a date and they start tracking them, those are minimum times to try and rejuvenate the eggs, not maximum.
Right. In like a lot of what's interesting about spawning fish for me is the strategy itself. Like most of the time, like fish are fairly easy to spawn most of the time, but the strategy itself is particularly interesting. So like killies, it's simply survival of the species, right? So a lot of killifish literally live and survive in the footprints of something like an elephant, right? So a puddle forms in an elephant's footprint, and a killifish will live in that tiny little puddle. They'll spawn in that tiny little puddle. The puddle dries up, the eggs dry up, and then when it rains again, that puddle fills up and the eggs hatch. Like how fucking crazy is that? So it's pretty fucking cool. And then you have things like the Cynodontis catfish that have developed the breeding species, the breeding strategy of some of the African catfish. They'll wait until cichlids are like these mouth brooding cichlids are spawning. They'll sneak in, drop an egg. The cichlid will pick the egg up, and all of a sudden, now this mouth brooding cichlid is raising up these catfish eggs and catfish fry. I'm like, that's pretty cool. I don't know. Like I said, I'm a nerd. It's whatever. I don't know. I'd like to. There's some really interesting setups. So when I bought one of the fish rooms from the guy, a guy I knew, he spawned some Cynodontis cats, and what he had was basically a jar full of marbles, and on top of that he put a terracotta pot,
Yeah,
and the cats would go in and spawn in there because
that's how you do the Cynodontis lucipennis.
I think that's what it was the lucipennis.
The cuckoo one, I think, is Cynodontis multifasciatus, I think. But that's the only Cynodontis species that does that.
But it's super. Just the strategy. So like, don't get so focused on hatching fry that you don't enjoy and like observe the process. Like, let them try a few times. Like the Cryptoheros nanoluteus in my video right now that you can see, their first couple spawns they jacked up. Like I don't know if they ate the fry or what, but they jacked up. But if you look in there now, there's probably 50 fry. Like observe the process and just enjoy. Like watch it. Like some of these strategies are super cool. But again, nerd stuff. A lot of you may or may not enjoy it. I don't know. I think it's interesting. Cordulan said, trilobite and other vernal critter eggs can last for 5+ years because of the same thing. I don't know. It's just and I know I've talked to you about it before, Terry, but a lot of people are like, oh, my fish spawned, so they must be happy. I was like, you do understand that fish spawning is like a last-ditch effort at attempt to survive the species, right? Like, it might not be because the parameters are just right and they're happy. It might be because they know they're about to die. Like, all right,
right.
this is
We're
our
in
last
trouble.
hurrah. This is our last hurrah. Like, if you're on a plane and you knew the plane was going to crash, like, how are you going to live out your last 10 minutes of your life? Like, have fun with it and enjoy it. Whether that involves a flight attendant or somebody else in the back of the plane, like I don't care.
You know,
Like,
when I was just looking at my fish room here, and you know, also breed what you enjoy breeding. You know, you don't necessarily have to breed the flavor of the day. You know, uh, to make a profit. If it's a process that you like, and you know, you can take just common light bearers, and if you want to get serious about it and you want to make them the best looking whatever, you know, and take the time to do it properly and do your back crosses properly and do your entire line properly, you know, that takes a lot of effort, and be proud of that. Don't be you know, that it's really easy for somebody to say, oh, well, you're just breeding mollies. You know, well, if you do it properly and you're actually improving your line as you go along, you can make some of the best looking mollies, you know,
Oh yeah.
that's ever been seen.
Regardless of what you're breeding, like breed the best damn whatever that is that you can. Shanna's out of here. Thanks, Shanna. I appreciate it. And she said thanks for sharing her photography. You got some cool stuff. So check out Aquatic Shanna on Facebook. She's got some cool stuff. She's got Instagram too. So Shanna, feel free to post your Instagram. We're glad to have you. So you're definitely a positive asset to the community. So Zen said angels are dumb. After 27 unsuccessful spawns, she gave up. And
You might have 2 females. I mean, did they hatch?
Angels are dumb. Like I've had 2 different pairs of 2 females that spawned over and over and over again and wreaked havoc on a freaking tank for unviable eggs repeatedly.
That happens quite a bit. For whatever reason, 2 female angels together, they're just natural lesbians, man. I don't know what it is, but
oh my god, I see that all. That's one of the most common things. Like, can you sex my angels? Is like until that breeding tube drops, it's speculation.
yeah, you don't know.
It's
That was a
100%
huge pet peeve of mine because you know I was really big into angels, and that's one of the things that's gotten me kicked out of quite a few Facebook groups. Can you sex my angelfish? And they'll be like, oh, that one looks like a male. And I'm like,
Right.
there's no breeding tube present. There, you absolutely have no clue.
And I don't know. It's God. And Zen said when she removed the eggs, she's methylene blue, and she ended up with Hunter to fry. Yeah, I think that happens. Like I said, we've domesticated them to the point over and over that they've literally forgot how to naturally spawn and successfully raise their
now
own
keep in mind too. There is microscopic warfare going on. If you have your angels in a show tank with substrate that's active, you know, it's an old tank. As soon as those eggs get laid, there is microscopic warfare going on in that tank. And it may just be to the point where the parents just couldn't keep the eggs clean enough.
That's a good point.
You know, and once you put them in put those eggs in a cleaner environment and added the methylene blue, you were able to have success.
Mm-hmm.
I struggled one time where I was keeping cycled tanks as hatching tanks, and I really struggled. And I mean, I would get hatches, but I would only get, I'd wind up with like a 50% survivability rate. Whereas I started using brand new tanks set up specifically for a spawn, and my rates went up to 70-80%.
There you go.
You know, so it could have been something else, not just the parents.
Right. So yeah, there's a lot to it. And Mandy said she wondered if the eggs weren't viable anymore. If you've been watching my 12 Days of Christmas contest videos, one of the questions was, how can you tell a fertile egg from an infertile egg? So, I mean, with angels, it's super obvious. So it's either opaque or it's not. It's about all there is to it. And then obviously, if you see fungus on it, then it's been long gone. But and I'm not big into spawning angels. I've done it before. If you're going to spawn angels, as soon as you notice an egg that's either fungused or no longer viable for whatever reason, like remove it before anything happens to spread, because it's not going to do anything productive by leaving it there. So I don't know. To each their own.
I did fairly well. You know, I wouldn't mess with the eggs too much, but like I said, I was using a brand spanking new 2.5 gallon tank with a dried out air stone. and I was using a combination of hydrogen peroxide and methylene blue.
Okay.
And that would keep any of the white eggs from getting too much fungus on them. I mean, if there
Right.
was a little bit, it generally didn't really mess with the overall clutch.
Okay.
But yeah, if you don't stay on top of that, then and you get fungus starting to cover viable eggs, then you got a problem.
And I know, so Zen answered the questions from the other day about angelfish eggs. I would hope she sent me the answer in an email. I'd hope she'd be able to tell you how much hydrogen peroxide to use to prevent fungus on eggs, but we'll see. Maybe she'll answer the chat.
God, it's been so long. I haven't bred angels in a while. I'd have to go back through and look at my notes. It's not very much. For a 2.5 gallon tank, it's not very much.
June said looks like a lot of fry in that cave. So if you look at the left tank here is a 10-gallon grow out with some Cryptoheros or Amatiliana Nanoludias. The center here is one of my 3 pairs of breeding Nanoludias, and there's probably 50 fry running around in that tank right now. So you can see them buzzing about. The front glass I keep clean so I can see. The sides, you know what? If algae wants to grow, that's fine. It's gonna keep plenty of micro critters around for the fry to eat. So this isn't a working breeding room, and algae provides a lot of useful resources for your fry. So it's not a planted display tank, so it doesn't need to be pristine. Let things grow. It's like, let them grow. It's not going to hurt your fish, promise. If anything, I mean, guess what? Like a lot of people put, different plants in their tank to consume nitrates and consume phosphates. Guess what algae does? Algae consumes all those things too. It's just not as pretty as plants. So, I mean, your algae is going to consume your nitrates, phosphates, sulfates, the same thing. It'll literally consume everything a plant does. It's just uglier to look at. So it's not bad. And you look at, most breeders, they probably have a bunch of algae in their tanks. It provides a food source. It provides nutrient export. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. you can look at this, Terry, if you look at this tank on the left of the video, you can tell how old that sponge filter is. Because
I know. I got a couple that look just like it.
It's literally shrinking. And it's like, yeah, I keep telling myself, you know what? I'm just going to buy a case, like call Gemco. I'm going to buy a case of filters, and I just haven't done it yet. So, Cordulin asked, drugstore or food grade peroxide? So generally speaking, when you're buying peroxide, it'll be available in either 3% or 6%. I don't know.
You want the 3%. Just the stuff in the brown bottle you buy at Walgreens.
Yep. So it's 88 cents a quart. Yeah. And do pay attention to how long you keep it, because it does go bad as it's exposed to light. It breaks down.
That's why it comes in the brown bottle.
hence the brown bottle. Cordulin asked, why can't we have a Chaetomorpha ball in freshwater tanks? I don't know. I've heard rumors. I don't think you could grow a Chaeto ball in freshwater. So Chaetomorpha is a saltwater macroalgae.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a saltwater algae.
You could do something similar with like Java moss, I think would be fine. If you wanted nutrient export, I think that would be just fine. But Chaetomorpha is specifically a saltwater. You might be able to pull it off of brackish. I don't think you can keep it full freshwater.
Now, there is something that they use in saltwater tanks that you can use in freshwater, and that's an algae scrubber.
Algae scrubbers are super cool. The whole concept is really cool. And we talked about these on stream once. Cordulin, that was a joke. No, I mean, you can use an algae scrubber in freshwater too, though. Like,
oh, absolutely.
In saltwater, you use algae scrubbers or a refugium full of macroalgae for nutrient export, and that's a totally viable option in freshwater. And more people should do it. If I had a big African cichlid tank with a sump, I would 1,000% have a planted section in the sump, whether that's Java moss or stem plants. They're fast growing nutrient sponges. I would 1,000% do it. So,
I like the algae. I like the algae scrubbers the best because once it's ready to harvest, then you have, that is absolutely true nutrient export. It's physically leaving the water column.
Right. And I think a lot of people don't necessarily understand that. Um, like your plants absorb the nutrients, sure, but those nutrients aren't gone until you trim those plants and pull that matter out of the tank.
Correct.
June said, if I already know the answer to the questions, can I skip the video? The video was interesting. Excuse me. June, if you if you know the answers, feel free. I'm dying over here. I'm dying, Terry. I'm dying.
What, that stout go down the wrong way?
Oh my gosh, it must have. Holy smokes. In June, the light video was probably one of the more detailed videos that we get into, talking about
Did
spectrum
you
and power
ever
and stuff. But
hear of a guy called, I want to say it was him that showed it, but do you remember a guy named LA Fish Guy?
vaguely,
Dude, this was like way back in the early days of YouTube. He's one of the
it rings a bell.
first guys I ever watched. Anyways, I want to say it was him, but he went to this guy that built these algae scrubbers that actually went outdoors. They actually ran a line from the sump outside, and these algae scrubbers were like freaking 20 feet long.
Holy
And
shit.
they would fill up with water, and then it'd go across this mat that's growing algae. Okay. And then the bottom would fall out, and all the water would rush across the algae into another collection pump area and get pumped back into the system. And then it would right itself again because there was a counterweight, Then as it filled up with water again, then it'd tip and drain all the water out. And dude, it was growing. I'm
Really?
talking kelp. I mean, this was like a massive outdoor kelp bed, man. It was awesome.
This guy looks like the Macho Man Randy Savage of fish tanks. Is this the right guy?
Dude, he was. I don't know if he's even still active anymore, but
I mean, this is LA Fish Guy, but he looks like he could be like the Randy Savage of aquariums. Apparently
he's a crazy dude, but really likable, and he was actually fairly knowledgeable in saltwater. I learned a lot of saltwater stuff from him.
I mean, look,
He was on for a really long time.
He's got a lot of stuff, mostly saltwater.
He does a maintenance business, so he gets to go to these rich people's houses and work on their show tanks. And some of these show tanks were pretty freaking massive.
Yeah. So if I could equate an aquarium guy to like Macho Man Randy Savage, this would probably be the dude. I'll be honest. Without listening to him yet, but
But like I said, when I was watching him, it was probably, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 years ago when I was watching him.
I should see what this dude's oldest videos are. 2 years, 3 years, 3 years. He's been at it a while.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Looks like he tag teams it with a guy that has longer hair.
It probably works for his company.
7 years ago. All right, now we're digging back. Uh-oh. Where's the triggerfish? All right, we might have something interesting now. I don't know if you can see that thumbnail or not.
Yeah, I see a thumbnail.
I'm like, yeah.
I may have even watched that. Who knows?
So you probably did. 9 years ago. We're going back to the dawn of YouTube now.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, he was one of the first.
12 years ago. He's OG.
I learned a lot from him, man. Believe it or not, those old videos are worth watching.
That's the thing. Like, I don't know. Like, over the years, sure, we developed, like, new techniques and we discover new information. But a lot of the times, like, the science behind it stays the same. Like, we had the science behind aquariums figured out a long time ago.
Sure. I mean, just watching Alex's stuff and looking at the, the first air pumps, because back in the day they had to bring the fish over on a boat.
Right.
So they were on that boat for a long time, and they had air pumps, they had, oil lit heaters,
Right.
and
Now
yeah, I mean,
I've heard rumors. I've never found like sources to verify it, but I've heard rumors that back in the day they used to ship certain fish in literally just wet newspapers or wet paper towels.
I could see it possible with some things.
Maybe like some of the antimbatonoids or something. But Cordeloon said those videos are in 280p. That's how
They might have
that's how
been.
old they are. Let's see. The first video, the best quality I can pick is 480. But you know what? I've still got videos of some of my old tanks that are in 480 probably.
That Mr. Saltwater TV, he's been at it for a long time too. He was one of the first guys I watched.
Now in high definition. High definition back then was 480. And that was as good as it got. That's how far we've literally come over the course of, when did YouTube actually like start? Like 15 years ago? Was it longer than that?
my first YouTube channel, and YouTube had already been a thing by the time I started, and I think my oldest video was like 10 years ago.
God, man. I remember back in the day, I had to convert like high 8 to video. Like I'd record on a high 8 cassette and then make a video off that and then burn it to a DVD. And that was considered top of the line.
I don't know. Let me look. What is
before we had digital. Hell, like Cordelan said, now we got 24-hour live streams and 1080 plus streaming. I was like, you can stream in 4K these days.
Holy
like,
crap, man.
Which
It's been 7 years. It's been 7 years since I done my latest video in that channel. Fuck.
So I was talking to my wife.
The 2009.
Wow.
I want to say 13 years ago was my oldest video on YouTube.
Really? Because we were talking. So we bought a new TV about a year ago. And I was like, we get like a 55-inch TV. Like that's pretty big, right? So we're looking at TVs, and like the cost difference in like a 55 and a 70 was only like $100. Like, well, we might as well get a 70. And the resolution, like now you've got like 4K plus, right? And my wife, she's like, I don't want to see a close up of the pores on somebody's forehead. Like, I don't want to see their blackheads. And I was like, I get it.
You want to talk? What was crazy was uploading a video back then. Your download speeds might have been okay, but your upload speeds were horrible. It'd be like, all right, you go on YouTube, add video, pick it. And I was doing, 15-minute videos at the time. So it was pretty much click upload and then walk away, go to bed, check it in the morning, make sure it's still uploading.
Right. Now, Cordulan said 2005 is the first YouTube video, me at the zoo. In 2005, I was a sophomore in high school, and we had dial-up because we were out in the woods. And I think even if we were in town, DSL, you might have got 512 tops. There's no such thing as even a gig download speed. It was not happening. Ooh, torrents. Now we're talking. Yeah. Torrents, like, I remember back in the day trying to download Photoshop, and it took literally like a month over a dial-up connection.
Hell, I just bought it.
I was a cheap ass high school kid that had no interest in spending that money. Like, I could download a crack.
Oh, are you kidding? I'm still using it, man. The original DVD of Photoshop Elements something or other. I'll have to go look at the cover, but I'm still using it to this day.
Right.
My video editor was purchased, and now it's a subscription. and they're pissed. They're pissed because they're not getting a monthly thing from me. They're constantly checking my credentials on it.
Yep. Hmm.
Because they're angry.
So
They're like, man,
Adobe went to Creative Cloud, which is a subscription service. Now you have to pay monthly. I was like, screw that. No thanks.
that's one of the reasons I hold on to this computer, because I got a funny feeling they're probably going to give me a bunch of shit if I try to install that old software onto a new computer.
Right. So I still have, so my new desktop, I haven't installed Photoshop on, but I've got a cracked version of an older Photoshop on my laptop hard drive. So I just plug that into my desktop and I can Photoshop away to my heart's content. And I've got
Yeah.
Photoshop, I've got Premiere is cracked, I've got allegedly, of course, I'm not admitting to any guilt.
The company, I forget what the company became. Magix was the photo editor I had, and I bought it at Best Buy.
Really? I haven't set foot in a Best Buy in years.
Yeah, me either. That shows you how long ago I bought it.
So it's been a while. Dank Aquarius memes, yeah. There's some decent ones out there. Any more nowadays? Like, stop. The dogs are barking at each other. I mean, it's insane. Like, I can't imagine. I mean, I look back. So YouTube started in 2005. Like Cord Doolin said that the first YouTube video was uploaded in 2005. That was when forums were still pretty much the primary source of discussion and information about fish.
PHP boards.
Yeah,
and that's when you had
like
to start
RSS
your own
feeds
photo bucket account so you could.
That was when PhotoBucket was free. You can't even use PhotoBucket without paying for it now. God knows I've got so many pictures uploaded to PhotoBucket that have been lost.
Yeah.
But
That was the only way you could share your photos. God, it was such a pain in the ass because you'd have to upload it from up to PhotoBucket, and then get the URL, and then post it in to the board, and you had to learn a little bit of actual coding if you wanted it to look right.
Because you had to embed it, otherwise it'd just show up as a link, and that was
right.
it. Those were the days. That was when the forums were mostly good information, and now we have Facebook, which is mostly nonsensical bullshit.
Well, you had to watch there were some forums that got pretty crazy.
So did you ever use I'm thinking like 2005 time frame, Aquarium Advice was probably the most popular forum that I used back then. There was Aquarium Advice and there was Fish Lore, and those seemed like the two big ones, at least that I had found. I mean, I was a junior in high school, so whatever.
There were, I can't remember all of them. I was on one from Australia that was a cichlid only forum.
Oh, really?
I was a member of Ultimate Betas, which was a lot of fun.
Yep, Ultimate Betas was a thing. So I know
Monster Fish Keepers.
Yep, MFK was always a big deal. Now I know about. God, it's probably.
But you got to remember also, though, I had AOL, and they actually had a tropical fish chat board. Believe it or not.
Did they really? No shit.
Yeah, where you could actually live chat.
God, so my in-laws had an AOL email address up until last year, and then they finally gave it up. They couldn't let go, and they finally like, you know what, it's time. And they
welcome, like, you've got mail.
It's 2022, and for shits and giggles, I just went and looked because I know there's some of the old forums are still running. Aquarium Advice is still a thing apparently, but I know, God, it's probably been 6 to 9 years. There's some Canadian company that went around buying up all kinds of forums for different topics. Like the Big Jeep forum that I was on got bought up by some Canadians. PlanetTank.net got bought up by Canadians. Aquarium Advice, I'm pretty sure, is bought up by Canadians. And it kind of went downhill since then. But
I had my
Aquarium,
own. Believe it or not, I had my own message board.
Did you
I even
really?
had my own website for quite a while.
Oh, I remember when it was cool to have your own website and you could code HTML. Like, I'd write the shit out of some HTML.
No, I had an editor. I had
Oh, really? Cheater.
Trellix Web. So it was like using a word processor, man. It was cool as all get out, man.
So you didn't cheat and did you use like Angel Fire or was it like Lycos, I think? Or some of the old like platforms you
I
used to
think
make your own website?
Trellix Web got bought out by Lycos.
Really?
Trellix Web it actually came as a software bundle in one of my older computers.
No shit. Cordy Lynn said in 2005 he was in 5th grade. 2010 started keeping fathead minnows, and there was one blog about keeping and breeding them and minimal other information. Looked earlier this year, and that blog is still up and running. Last update in 2016, and is still the best resource. That's the thing. Like, if you don't take the time to write an article or update a database about breeding something, like it's 2022. We have all this information out there, and if you look at like Planet Catfish, most fish, like I was looking at the 264, which Terry said he spawned earlier. There are 7 breeding logs. 7 out of thousands of people that have bred them. 7 people have taken the time to write about it. That's it.
I actually some of my Sultan Pleco fry are pictured on Planet Catfish.
No shit, huh? Look, curious.
I used to be active. That was their message board was fantastic.
Well, there was Planet Catfish, and then there was
Scott Cat.
Yep, there was Pleco Central for a while or something. I mean, for those of you that, if you're not familiar with the 264, it's, I don't know. I think it's one of the coolest Plecos out there. Obviously, there are some that are. I mean, it's a matter of opinion, but I think 264s are freaking awesome.
They look fantastic as fry, but they get a little derpy looking when they get
gray.
Bigger.
Yeah, they get gray down. SC Catahula said his dad is still rocking AOL. Woof. Good luck. Orange cones this year. What's up, orange cones?
Right there. The middle one at the top of the screen.
This guy.
That one you got. That's me.
Really? There you go.
That's one of my fish.
There you go. Copyright Terry. Look at that.
That's one of my
shit.
babies.
No shit. How long ago was that? That was doesn't even
quite a while ago.
Say 2008. Is that right?
Yeah, if that's what it says.
It looks like it says Terry 2008. Holy smokes. That's a good picture for 2008. Holy shit. It's like,
trust me, I took a lot of pictures.
You got internet sleuthed. Off topic, speaking of internet sleuthed, have you watched the documentary Don't F with Cats?
Yes.
You want to talk about internet sleuth? Like, holy smokes. I mean, if you're into cats, so if Kelly's here or if any of you guys like cats, it's going to piss you off. I swear to God. But it is extremely interesting to see what a random group of people that are determined to make something happen can accomplish. I was like, because that is ridiculous. Like, the things they reckon, like, if you watch the series and how they like slowly pinpoint exactly where this asshole is, that is impressive. June said Dan sent her L200s. So, and L200.
I actually, if you click on my name, I do believe if you click on my name on that, it'll bring up my other images. Or it'll say, yeah, all images. Those are pictures I took in catfish I've had over the years.
Oh, shit. These are cool. I wish you saw these more often.
Oh, dude, he was badass, man. I had
cool
I had a cable guy come over, and he had to where he put the box, the outside box, and he came into the house was in my fish room. And of course, if you've ever had anybody in your house that isn't into fish and they see a full blown fish room, they catfish was in a 125-gallon tank. And I don't know if everybody else knows, but the Larius longibarbus is called longibarbus because their freaking barbels are like as long as they are.
Oh yeah.
So his barbels, his whiskers were, I don't know, about 1.5 feet long.
Holy
This was a big
smokes.
catfish, and he would come up. I could feed him by hand. So this cable guy, he puts his back to that tank while we're talking, and that catfish wanted to get fed. So he put his barbels out, and it got him across the neck. Dude, that guy jumped like 5 feet, man. It was freaking hilarious.
So you've got some paparazzi here. Mr. Gromby wants you to check your phone while you're on the stream.
Ask him
apparently-
what in the heck I was looking at. I did. I saw the pictures, but I didn't know what I was looking at.
I don't know, glitch that it's hilarious. So whatever it is, apparently it's pretty funny.
I couldn't tell if he broke his wrist or what.
I mean, anything that involves a skateboard usually ends up in broken bones, which means it's funny. But
I was going to text him back and say, what am I looking at? But
so what am I zooming in on? Glitch? The glitch said zoom in.
oh, zoom in on the picture.
Oh,
Those are baby mollies.
I mean, I see that. Those
They're
are best
going to
damn,
be. Those are my F-Zeros I'm growing out.
best damn baby mollies you've ever seen.
I don't know about that, but eventually
Man.
their great grandchildren might be.
The whole like people referring to F-Zeros and stuff is a rant on its own. Not necessarily you in general, but
I'm just doing it. Look, the F scale, it just gives you F0 means you're at a genetical. I don't think that's a word. You're at a genetic starting point in a breeding project. That's all it means. Now the cichlid guys and some of the other guys, they'll try to use F0 to denote wild fish. I kind of get it. It is what it is, but F0 is just a starting point in a line breeding program. That's all it is. Now, I have a group of adult mollies that these came from, but I don't know anything of the genetics of the fish I purchased because I purchased them as adults.
mhm.
So these babies I can separate out, and I'm only going to be breeding what I want to breed, meaning I want this male with these females. So these will be my F-Zeros in my line breeding program. Once I grow them out and they're adult and I can see which ones have the body shape I want, which ones have I'm going to start with size and body shape and then work on color. But yeah, if you don't know how to use, F0, F1, F2, and you don't know what that means, don't use it.
Like a lot of people simply associate F-Zero with, oh, it must be wild caught. I'm like, that's not how that works.
No.
It's usually the cichlid folks, but I mean, I get that you want to call your fish wild caught, just like they are wild caught or they're descendants from wild caught. F-Zero just means that they're unrelated. It's just a starting point. That's it. So, but anyway, dinner just walked in the door. Thankfully, for my wife, picked up dinner on her way home from work. So I'm gonna bail out of here. I appreciate you guys stopping by. Terry, it's always a pleasure chatting with you, man. Thanks for
Hey,
taking the time
anytime.
to chat. So, Mr. Gromby, thanks for stopping by. Orange Crones, Cordulin, it's been great. Cordulin, this is the first time I've talked to you, man. So it seems like a pleasure. It seems like you know what you're doing. I'd love to chat with you some more. Maybe one of these nights we can stream together, and maybe we can. I mean, if you don't stream, I want to check out your channel, see if you have any content. If not, I'd love to chat with you, have you on the stream, and see what you know. So, but thanks for everything, Terry. Hope you have a good night, bud. Take care. And everything else, replays, lurkers, etc. We'll see you. Have a good one, guys. Take care.